Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Silver State Refrigeration 8K stimulus race here at lovely Tucson Dragway, part of the Southwest Showdown, live here, bankshift.com. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. We do appreciate it. We are here. Flew in today. This is weird. This is a race that I drive to from Southern California, but obviously now that I live in Texas, it is. I'm watching all the SoCal racers, except I had to fly in here and get a rental car, which is a whole other story we're going to talk about during downtime tomorrow. Oh my God! Let me tell you, it's crazy. So all that's going down the racetrack right now is some time trials that they are finishing up. Then they are going to call cars to the lanes to start for the stimulus race. So please, for the love of God, just shut up ahead of time about, don't talk while cars are going down. Again, these are time trials. So we are not showing time trials. Nobody cares about that except the guy in the car, the guy tuning the car. So we are going to have plenty of racing action. We have 3 more days after today. So that's 4 days, call it 3.5 days of drag racing. So folks, trust me, you'll get plenty. We are going to run this stimulus race here this evening. There were like 200 cars that bought into the time trial, and that's what got you in to the stimulus race. I don't know how many guys are going to race it, but let's say it's 200. If it's 200 going for the $8,000, then we'll be running until 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. Then we will be back at it tomorrow morning. Now, the plan is for 8 a.m. for them to run a single time trial for everybody here on the property. That's going to take a little while. So we are not going to be live for that whole time trial. I will give you an update later today on exactly when we will be live. But we will not be live for that entire time trial. Again, we just don't do time trials. If you are, if you're mad about that, if you're wondering why, just like everybody else, Motor Mania TV also doesn't show time trials unless the promoter, quite honestly, pays extra for that. And then they do fixed cameras, and Joanne sits there and pushes the button while wanting to stab herself in the eye. And we don't do that. So no time trials here. Drag racing and nothing but drag racing. So we are looking forward to it. Big thanks to Holly and Holly EFI for being our presenting sponsors here in 2021 on bankshift.com. Also want to thank Silver State Refrigeration. They got a cool new logo with the little dude up here. And it was cool, me doing all the graphics. I was loving it. And those guys are awesome. They support bracket racing all over the place. They are just super, super good dudes. And as you can tell, the wind is blowing. And they're just great guys. They do a great job over there at Silver State. In fact, I'm going to talk to them about the refrigeration needs at our house that we're building in the shop in Texas. So good group of guys. They are the presenting sponsor. They foot the bill so that we could be here this weekend and do this for K&N and Tucson Dragway, and of course West Coast Bracket Racing and the Southwest Showdown. It is going to be an awesome race. It is. It's always a good race here. Tucson is a killer racetrack. Matt DeYoung and the entire crew here do a great job. If you have not been here, this is a cool facility. It is part of the Pima County Fairgrounds. And so Tucson, if you're not familiar, is about 2 hours south of Phoenix. The Pima Fairgrounds has a circle track, a karting facility, the drag strip, all kinds of stuff. The drag strip here is run as its own facility, so are each of the others. The Pima County Fairgrounds, just a great place. They have a big shooting range here too. You can fire all kinds of weapons here because they have different ranges for each of them. It's a really cool place. My boy Steve Valdez in the house. Drove by him earlier in his cool little flamed Vega in the staging lanes as I came to get set up. this is home for Steve, so this is his home racetrack, and he always comes out here and puts on a show with the wheel stand in Vegas. So we are very happy to hear that he is here. Hold on, they're making announcements.
few minutes out still from making our first call for the stimulus race. Just want to reiterate some points, make sure everybody's on the same page.
Okay, they've got a few minutes before they start calling cars to the lanes. They're clarifying to everybody that anybody that entered in test and tune and as a full weekend, ticket or entry, they are in if they want to be. So it's a very cool deal. Steve is representing the chat room, Barnican. That is for sure. Want to thank RTC for being in the house. Of course, Marnalicious, who wields the band hammer like an MFer, and I love him for it. We are just thrilled to death to be out drag racing. They're taking it very seriously here. All of the COVID restrictions and COVID preparedness and COVID protections. So everybody on site, in fact, I am totally breaking the rules. I think it's probably okay because I'm 12 feet in the air or so, and there isn't anybody within, I don't know, 50 or 100 feet, horizontally from me, except even the cars are probably 80 feet away as they go by. Every single person that's here on site has to have a mask on when they are outside of their own trailer or out of their race car. That is the rule, and everybody has been really doing a good job. You look out and everybody's wearing masks. It's awesome. I just came from the state of Texas, where we have a governor who couldn't find his ass with both hands, and he has decided that Texas is open for business. So all of the businesses in Texas are freaking out because nobody wants that. They want to be open, which they have been for months and months and months. But if you guys are out there, please be safe, take care. It makes drag racers look really good when you take this seriously, and make sure that that you're representing our group well, right? It's really easy to fall in when we have events that are public, and this event, no spectators are allowed, only racers and crew. It's a different thing, right? We're used to all these races where you end up with just hundreds of people on the starting line and what have you. And right now is the time for all of us to look really responsible and wear your masks. I know they're a pain, but please, it's good for drag racing. It's the kind of thing that allows Tucson Dragway to be putting on events when other states nearby are not allowing it. So, really want to thank Pima County Fairgrounds. Again, this is a county-owned property. So in order to be able to do this, that's why the restrictions are in place. You can imagine, right? This is government property here. And so, again, Matt DeYoung and the entire crew, great job at putting it together a plan where we can make this happen. And Steve Valdez, hello, I'm fatter than ever, dude. Yes, I want a chorizo burrito for breakfast. Dude, hello? Yes. Let me just blanket statement here, Steve. Never in my life will there be a point where I will refuse a chorizo burrito if you bring it to me. I'm just saying. So, yeah. All right, everybody. I'm looking here, reading the chats. Yes, as Barnes says, rules of the chat. No spam. No links, none of that stuff. No profanity. I'm the only one allowed to swear on here, and I try not to. It's tough for me sometimes. But be a good person. And why be a good person? Because it's fun. That's why. That's why we're here, and we love it. We have Mike Eames in the house, in the tower, the entire weekend. Nate Hershey is coming, I believe, tonight or tomorrow morning. Maybe it's tomorrow afternoon. Anyway, Nate Hershey will also be here on site. We have some great people that are going to be here working this event. Of course, Mike Eames is always a weirdo and always having a good time, and he and I are joking all of the time. And he's just a great dude. So I want to say hello to my Tennessee family. Jeff Hayes. Jeff Hayes, Trevor Hayes, of course, Tammy and Tambra, all of the Hayes family, thank you so much for tuning in. You know how much I love you guys. And yeah, Pat M, dude, shout out to Australia. Y'all are awesome. And we appreciate the fact that you guys are having great weather right now, too. So, weather-wise, it's like 60 right now. Today is the cold day. So the high was like 68, and it's going to drop. And later tonight, it's going to get cold. Not like freezing cold, but cold. And then tomorrow, it gets to like 80 some odd degrees, dude. It's like Arizona awesomeness, right? So the let me check the weather. Let me check. Dark skies. It's the jam. We just hit the high about an hour ago of 65. It's going to get into the mid 40s tonight, low 40s tonight, and we'll be good to go. But tomorrow, 80 degrees. Saturday, 80 degrees. Sunday, 82. Tomorrow and Saturday, not a single cloud in the sky, which means that I'm going to be at Chad, I'm on a griddle up here. You know what I mean? I'm going to be like a Chad burger. So, yeah, I look like I ate too many burgers, let me tell you. But we're going to have a good time. I promise. Barnalicious is asking, how is Barndominium is coming? Very slow, my friend, very slow. COVID and storms and all kinds of junk have really put the delays on our buildings, but we're moving forward. So we are trying to get there, and we are working on them every day. So for sure. And you guys will start seeing that soon in the YouTube channel, my YouTube channel, which you don't know about yet because it's not public yet, but soon. So yeah, and look for a bunch of other new things that are coming up on bangshift.com as well. We have a lot of cool stuff coming, so you guys will be able to check out as well. So today we have it's one race, okay? It's the 8K stimulus race, the Silver State Refrigeration 8K stimulus race, and they have Pro and Super Pro, and that's it. We're going rounds Pro and Super Pro. Door cars in or Pro will be together. Super Pro door cars will run together, and Super Pro dragsters will run together until there's no more Super Pro door cars except one. At that point, that car will get plugged into the remainder of the field of Super Pro. That makes sense. Yeah, I can't even unsee that, RTC. It's just not right. Simonetta Carvel. You may be the only woman right now, but not typically. Yeah. So we're gonna keep jamming. All right. Hold on here. Let me. Making adjustments over here, folks, so I can look at everything. One of the downsides to the flying everywhere is that you have to you gotta have less equipment. But you know, it is what it is. It's all good. So I have less screen than I like to have normally. RTC, is there any good food at the racetrack? I'm sure it smells good. I haven't had any of the food here yet, but it smells good. So I would assume so. But again, I have not had any yet. So you're wondering why it's so quiet. They have had a car launching parts off of it. So LG Mall The 8K starts, well, supposed to have started 17 minutes ago. But it's they're running through the final time trial cars, and then or test and tune cars, and then they are going to get into calling cars to the lanes for the stimulus race. So it is coming soon. Hermosillo, Mexico. Warren Ortiz, where is Hermosillo? I love Mexico. Greatest country outside the United States. It is. And I mean, I love a lot of countries, but man, love Mexico. Simonetta Carvel. I did. I announced your name. Or right. That's awesome. Regplex. The audio breaks up when a car runs. Yeah, that's normal because this is off the mic on the computer. So that's why I'm not talking when cars are racing. So that's why. I could probably turn this down a little and see if that helps. Oh yeah, Steve ran time trials. You are welcome, April Earth. That is why we are here. We have lots of racing coming up this year, folks. I mean, a bunch. We have SDBA drag boat racing coming again. We have pro mod stuff. We have lots of bracket race stuff. The next few weeks are going to be pretty good as the Spring Fling Million coming to Vegas. I assume Steve-O is coming to that one, but we are going to be live for the Spring Fling Million. We are going to be starting, I believe, Tuesday of that week and going all the way through Saturday. And by we, I mean this guy. So, yes, LG Ma, you're not. What do you think I'm going to do? Just like get out of the way and let you. Seriously. I know, Warren. I know what you're saying, dude. Normally, the Spring Fling Million has between 40 and 60 cars from Mexico and the same between 40 and 80 from Canada. And because of the border closures, those guys can't come. There is a way to do Sharp Shark 84 and anybody else that's here. I have zero access to any kind of entry list of any kind. I wouldn't have a clue if my mom was racing here unless I personally talked to her. So I'm sorry, I just have no idea. All right. Well, like I said, they are running through the final few test and tune cars. Then they are going to be going into the first round of the 8K stimulus race. So, you know, we'll hang tight until they do, and then we'll roll from there. Jeremy is here, according to Steve Valdez. So there you go. Sharp Shark, now you know. Yeah, I don't know, but Valdez knows. Trent Van Arsdale, what is up, my brother? You want a badass interior, and I'm talking badass interior. Trent Van Arsdale is your dude. Well, hello, Anthony, Jeremy's nephew. Yeah, dude, sorry, I don't know. I just don't have any access to that kind of stuff. Like I don't have access to the computer or the entry lists or any of that kind of stuff. So yeah, so we don't know. But dude, awesome that that Steve-O is on it. Yes, Lent Jones, we will be live each day of the weekend. So this afternoon's race, tomorrow's race, Saturday's 2 races, and Sunday. Okay, guys, I'm going to work on... Dude, what's up, Roar Man? Aloha from Hawaii, my friend. I am going to tweak on a couple of little things while you guys hang tight. I'm just going to lock the camera off on the starting line. We'll do a wide shot. You guys can just watch cars drive by. Fun!
All right, while we have just a little bit of quiet time as we're waiting for a car to get off the racing surface. So when we clear out the lanes, we'll have just a brief moment, and then we will call all of our pro competitors here for Thursday's Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race. I know during the test and tune, now this is what's going to be difficult because like drag racers are adverse to change. So all day during time trials, we're running in lanes 4 and 5 and 7 and 8. Forget everything that you've learned today. Well, other than your data that you got like on your pad, like remember that stuff, but like don't remember your staging lane stuff. When we start to call cars, if you are double entered in the pro category, if you bought 2 weekend entries and 2 test and tune entries, if you're double entered, we're going to call you up in lanes 2 and 4. Lane 2 will be if you want to be in the left lane. Lane 4 will be if you want to be in the right lane. Once again, staging lane number 2, staging lane number 4. 2 is left, 4 is right. Shortly after that, we will call all the single entry pro competitors up into staging lanes number 6 and staging lane number 8. If you would like to be in the left lane, you need to be in lane number 6. If you want to be in the right lane, you need to be in lane number 8. ESPN 8, the Ocho. So while it is quiet, I'm going to do a little spray, little quick. Again, Pro Eliminator, if you are double entered, if you bought 2 entries and 2 test and tunes, we're going to have you come up in staging lane number 2 and 4, please. 2 and 4. We are good to have you start heading into the lanes at this time, please. Double entered pro competitors. Double entered pro competitors. Remember, dial in on the car. It's got to be on the left side. Dial in on the car on the left side, if you would, please, as the tower's on the left side. And, well, it's really, really hard for Jessica, our computer goddess, to check out the dial-in. And I need my non-double entered cars into lane 6 and 8, please. So double entered cars in ED in 2 and 4. My regular 1 entry pro cars into lane 6 and 8, please. 6 will be a left lane, 8 will be a right lane. So lane 2 and 4 for double entered pro cars. 6 and 8 for single entered pro cars. Lane 2 is a left lane, lane 4 is a right lane. Lane 6 is a left lane, lane 8 is a right lane. So let's get pro headed up this way, please. Once again, 2, 4, 6, and 8. Lanes 2 and 4 will be my double entered pro competitors. 6 and 8 will be single entry. So 2, 4, 6, and 8. Pro, round number 1 of the Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race. Here on Thursday, the K&N Southwest Showdown at Tucson Dragway. It wasn't until February 15th that this race was officially a GO. And all of our racers here on property, just great support of this event. Traveled both near and far to be with us. We greatly appreciate everybody here on property. Wear your masks. So let's get pro headed up in the lanes, please. 2, 4, 6, and 8. Double entered pro competitors. You will use lane 2 and 4, double entered pro cars. In lanes 2 and 4, my single entry pro competitors need you in lane 6 and 8, please. Left lane will be lane 2 and lane 6. Right lane will be 4 and 8. Super Pro door cars and Super Pro dragsters. We will separate you guys today, guys and gals. Door cars run door cars, dragsters run dragsters, and we'll keep that same format through the entirety of the event. There is no buyback today. No buyback. Once again, there is no buyback. So if you are a first round runner-up, you are a first round runner-up. Again, no buybacks today. So you provide some electricity in your lane, you get to come back and run again. If you do not, you're going to hang out until after the second round, and if you would like to continue to make some test and tune runs, we will have time available after round number 2. So pro round number 1 of the Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race. Get you up in the lanes, please. Once again, double entered pro competitors in lanes 2 and 4. Single entry for my pro competitors in lane 6 and lane 8. So we do have word that the world famous Chad Reynolds is live. I know everybody here on property has been waiting that. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors. Tell everybody. Jump on the live coverage. They're on bankshift.com. I know everybody's spouses, significant others, and adoring race fans from all over the United States have been asking you when the live feed's going to be up. Well, it's up, so tell them. Prior to round number 1. final call. All of my double-entered pro cars. You should be up in lanes 2 and 4, please. Final call for my double-entered pro cars. You should be up in lanes 2 and 4. All my single-entered pro competitors here in our free stimulus race with $8,000 in the hopper. Need you up in lanes 6 and 8, please. Pro competitors, single entry, 6 and 8, if you would, please. Lane 6 is the left lane. Lane 8 is the right lane. So single entry pro cars, lane 6 and 8. Double entered up in 2 and 4, please. We are full rando today. No ladders. We did tech card draws for possible buys. Round number 2 buys will go based on reaction times. We'll keep track of that up in the tower. Hey, let's play for reals. Round number 1, the Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race. Kicking off the K&N Southwest Showdown. Sasha Hofer, Ryan Johnston, North Las Vegas, Nevada, the 84 Camaro. We're on the right side, Sasha Hofer, the Firebird. Off and away, Sasha turns it red by 6th out. Ryan Johnston gets the freebie into round number 2, 586.3. As he was under by 9 hun. with 595 on the board. At 102 miles an hour, Sasha will be done for today. In that entry, Sasha will be back around in the second entry in that car. It's Paul Coleman and Leroy Duran. Leroy in the Durham Challenger. The Super Stalker, 611 is the dial for Leroy. Leroy will move on. It's Paul Coleman out of Rio Rico. And the Chevelle is read by Babe Ruth 3000 and goes 603.2, 113 on the mile an hour for Paul Coleman. Leroy Duran on the solo, as his win light was already illuminated, goes 610.6. With that 611 dial, it was 20 green, but it was all over on the starting line as Paul Coleman was read by 3000. The Dart, 738 on the dial. The world famous Not on File at the wheel, George Maddock. The Camaro will move on. Maddock, 001 green, with a free look at 670, 672.5 at 100 miles an hour for George. The Dart, after being read by a bunch, is then 732 on the 738 prediction. Charlie Salazar and Brad Hawk. Salazar, that super clean 66 Malibu. 987 the dial for Charlie. And Brad Hawk, he's been down this racetrack like a timer a million. Salazar is red. There's like some red light-itis going on over in that left lane. Brad Hawk's 32 green and one above, 796 on the 95. And Brad's 89 Mustang will come back around for round number dose. Is David Beckwith and Joe Cox Jr. Beckwith out of Rancho Cucamonga, the red Malibu. Joe Cox Jr. out of Peoria, the Valiant 66 vintage. 733 for Joe Cox Jr. He will be doing the chasing. David Beckwith, 741 for the Malibu. Win light, Joe Cox Jr. 25,000 on the green light effort, 735.9 on the 733 for Joe Cox Jr. in the Valiant. Beckwith was 36 green, was behind by 100th at the hit. Had 741 on the car, 739.8 on the racetrack, breaks it out by 12,000, was in front 30,000 at the finish line. Had a little bit of room down there, but he just nommed the finish line. And he'll break out here in round number one is Mark Kidd and Carson Heath. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho for Kid Performance and Dyno, the 67 Nova. And Carson Heath, Clarkdale, Arizona, C10 Chevrolet pickup truck, 916 on the dial. Look at the spread down there. And an 8th mile race here in Pro Eliminator. Kid waiting patiently. Neither driver is in the reaction time Hall of Fame. But Mark Kidd is going to get the win. 86 green and 3 above. Rarely do that combination of numbers work out into a win light, but it did there for Mark. Carson was 123 green and then 6 above as Mark Kidd. We'll bring that orange 67 back around for round number 2. Tim Argwald and Stan Hammond. Tim out of Coachella in the state of California. You guys, prime time in that Camaro. 768 is the dial. Stan Hammond, Artesia, New Mexico. 64 Nova for Stan, 643. He will be the hare. Tim Argwald, the tortoise. But just shy of a full tree. Tim is green. Stan is green. Argwald looking over that right shoulder. Here comes Stan Hammond. Hammond is going to get the win. 644 on the 643 was 44 green. Tim Argwald just a skosh better. He's 31 thou on the green light start, but then under by 3 hun. Going 765-2 on the 768. Was 6 hun in front at the finish line. Stan Hammond takes out Tim Argwald as Victor Sandoval and Austin Downing. Austin in the dragster off the bottom bulb. 622 for Austin. On the dial-in from right over there in Tempe. Victor Sandoval from like right over there in Tucson. Austin green. Victor is green. Dragster and door car. Give it to the door car. Victor Sandoval in the Camaro. 41 green. 573-4 on the 572. Downing was just off the pace. Was 18 green. Was 200 and change in front on the starting line. But then was 0.06 of a second off the dial, and then Victor picking up a pretty easy one there. Stephen Lakey and Jonathan Fiello. Stephen out of Balen, New Mexico. Malibu. 669 the dial, leaving first. Big wheel stand there for Stephen. Jonathan Fiello for K&N out of Yucaipa. That red Chevelle. And Jonathan Fiello, 009 and 4 above is good. 654.5 on the 650 for Fiello. Stephen Lakey, after that big wheel stand, was 30 thou on the green light start. And 673 on the 669 to be 400 above, and no good. It's Mike Heath and Rick Reynolds. Heath, 652 on the dial, be leaving first. 67 Camaro. Rick Reynolds, that super cool 66 Fairlane. That red Ford going to pick up a win as Mike Heath is red by a bunch. Rick Reynolds, a free sniff of 598, goes 6 flat. With 74 thou on the green light start, we'll see that Ford Fairlane. Back around into round number 2. Nathan Williams and Mark Zaffran. Nathan out of Taylor, Arizona, the satellite. Zaffran, Casa Grande, 68 Firebird, 725 on the dial there for Mark. Nathan Williams is red by $1.31. Zaffran, the freebie in the Firebird. When he picks up that time slip, he's going to look at 727.7 at 93 miles an hour. The dial in a 725 was 69 green. Nathan Williams, after being a bunch red, was 1 over. Had 743 on the National Auto Collision Center scoreboard. 744 on the racetrack. It's Brandon Fletcher. And Daniel Fiello. Fletcher, the 2017 Challenger. From right over like there in Tucson. Daniel Fiello out of Yucaipa in California. 630. The dial for Daniel. Stop me if you've heard this before. Another red light out of left lane. Fiello, 629.2 on the 630. But it was all over on the starting line. Daniel was 40 on the green light start. Fletcher, 17 red and 2 quick. 701.2 on the 703, and that'll end Brandon's day in eliminations. It's Chris Citro and Jeff Ford. Citro out of Tucson, the 87 Mustang. 655 is the dial. Jeff Ford out of Mesa, the 70 Challenger. Like, shouldn't Jeff Ford be driving, you know, like Brad Hawk's Mustang? I'm just saying. Green, green. Both racers 22 thou on the green light start and on a double breakout. Chris Citro and the Mustang will move on. 653.5 under by 15 thou. Jeff Ford was under by 18 thou, going 787.2 on the 789 margin of victory there, 3 thou. There for Chris Citro. There's Jason Kensel and Luis Ortiz. Jason out of Mesa, the 95 Trans Am. Luis out of Tucson, the 22-year-old in that Valiant. 720 the dial for Luis. 946 the dial in for Kensel. Jason looking over that right shoulder. Here comes Luis. Luis Ortiz going to get the win. 17 green, 745 for Luis Ortiz. Jason Kensel dialed 946. Went 937. Under by 900. And out in round number 1 is Alan Abrahams and Phil Loader. Loader out of Carlsbad, New Mexico. Abrahams out of Tucson. And the challenger, Phil, in the Camaro out of New Mexico. 642.4 on the 642. Tightens up the stripe down there to 7th thou. Alan Abrahams will be a first-round casualty, also dead on 4. The difference in the race came in the reaction time side of things. Lauder was 76 green off the bottom. Alan Abrams was 83 on the green light start, and that was the difference. Donald Preeton, Luis Valenzuela Sr. Preeton in the Camaro, Luis Valenzuela in the Nova. Give it to the Nova. Luis 617 on the 611 was 37 thou on the green light start. Preeton in his Camaro was a $114 green and just dug himself a big hole he couldn't climb out of. We'll see that Nova of Luis Valenzuela Sr. back in round number 2. This is Jeff Safranik and Mike Reed. Jeff in the Mustang. We'll move on. Mike Reed in that 79 Dodge is red by 54 thou. So Jeff in the freebie in the Mustang goes 719 on the 718. On the freebie there in round number 1 is Brandon Umberger and Carlos Ortiz. Umberger out of Grand Junction, Colorado in the Jelly Bean for Legal Addiction Racing. Now we got to make sure we get the dial in right, which we do. Umberger 589 on the Jelly Bean. Carlos Ortiz in the Nova. 663 on the board. Here comes Brandon. I know in light for Umberger. 591 on the 589. 300th advantage on the starting line for Brandon. He was 59 green. Carlos Ortiz was 86 on the green light start. Ortiz stuck the landing with a 3. 663.3 on the 663. But Umberger a little bit better on the starting lane and snugged it up to 6th out at the finish line is Jeremy Wilson and Troy Jackson. J-Dub in the Vega Wagon. The king of the dragster raffles is Jeremy Wilson. Troy Jackson out of Mesa, the youngster in the Nova. Green, and Jeremy Wilson. 48 green, dead on 8. We'll package Troy Jackson up. Jeremy's 56 total, Troy Jackson 76 on the green light start and had no shot whatsoever to illuminate a win light over in that American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. Jeremy Wilson. We'll move on. It's Joe Kidd Jr. and Baron Barler. The Baron out of Peoria, Arizona. Joe Kidd Jr. out of Marana. The 73 Nova, the Outlaw. 726 is the dial for JKJ. Off and away. Barron trying to sneak up alongside Joe Kidd Jr. and will do so. 20 green, dead 1 is 21 total. Joe Kidd Jr. was 64 green and was just wasting fuel. Baron Barger will press on. It's Fred Stout and Joe Acaro. Fred out of Marana, Arizona in the Vega. Joe Acaro, Rio Rico, Arizona, the 98 Camaro. Fred looking to the right. Acaro up alongside and sticks that nose out in front by 3 thou to get the win. 7:15 on the 710 for Joe. Was 64 thou on the green light start. Fred Stout was 95 green and 2 above. But Joe Acaro had enough advantage on the starting line and just stuck the nose of that Camaro out in front by 3 thou to get the win. Steve Valdez, Donald Johnston. Johnson in the S10 out of Henderson, Nevada. 7 flat on the dial. Steve Valdez, Douglas, Arizona in the Vega. The wheels up there for Valdez. 6 thou is what separates him on the starting line. And the win light to Steve Valdez. 672 on the 667. Donald Johnson flat out just didn't run the number. 709 on the 7 flat. Was 3 hun behind at the finish line as Steve Valdez got up alongside. Got out of the gas, little womp and a womp. Little tappy tap of the breaky. Steve Valdez. Come back around for round number 2. It's Jeremy Plyler and Larry Pittenger. Pittenger in that black 68 Camaro out of Williams, Arizona. Plyler. The orange Nova out of Douglas, Arizona, and Pittenger. 15 green, dead 9, makes 24 total. Jeremy Plyler was 80 green and was just on a casual 109 mile an hour parade lap. Larry Pittenger, that's pretty good over there. There's Justin Lamb and Manny Blea III. Manny out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. The 88 Mustang, 764 is the dial. Justin Lamb out of Henderson, Nevada for Team Silver State. 5-time NHRA World Champion. Justin left side, Manny right side. Give it to Manny Blea. 765-4 on the 764. Manny was 21 green. Justin was 46 thou on the green light start. Justin tried to get there, but ran out of space. Was 562-3 on the 563. Manny was 4 thou in front at the finish line. As Manny Blea III, and the Mustang will come back around for round number 2. Curtis Zenzalita and Tim O'More. Pretty good one right here in round number 1. Zenzalita out of Flagstaff, Arizona in that big, heavy Roadrunner. Tim O'More out of Tucson, Arizona, the Camaro for Tim. Green, Curtis and Tim O'More. Curtis Zenzalita is going to get the win on a double breakout. Curtis is under by 1 thou, going 664.9 on the 665. Was better on the starting line. Curtis was 22 green to Tim O'More's 61 bulb. Tim O'More was under by 6 thou, and on the double breakout, Curtis Zenzalita close to that dial. Be a 5 thou margin of victory for Curtis. It's Ryan Mangus and Chuck Hawk Jr. This is another good one here in round number 1. Mangus in the Nova out of Colton. 689 is the dial for Rai. Chuck Hawk Jr. Tucson, Arizona, the Mustang. Let's see Brad Hawk take one of the Hawk Mustangs into round number 2, but we will not see a second Hawk Mustang into round number 2 as Ryan Mangus. 690 on the 689 to advance. Chuck Hawk Jr. was a little better on the starting line. 35 green. Mangus was 58. So he gave up a couple of hun. Mangus was 2 hun in front of the finish line, as Chuck Hawk was 5 hun over the dial. 688 on the 683 as Ryan Mangus will advance. It's Paul Polito and Russ Hines. Russ out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, the Firebird. The silver hot rod over in the American walk-in coolers lane, and Paul Polito out of Tucson, as we have double red lights. Paul Polito's 25 red, Russ Hines 63 in front. So Paul Polito, not a true start red light, but on the double reds. Paul Polito in the Vega, going 616 on the 616. We'll get the win. It's Brian Johnston and Tony Marconi. Marconi has had some success at the West Coast bracket races. That littlest arrow out of Surprise, Arizona. 597 the dial in there for Tony Marconi. Brian Johnston, the 77 Corvette. And this is a true start win for Brian Johnston. Tony Marconi, 005 red. Brian Johnston left first, 003 red. Marconi is more worsher, more redder. So Brian Johnston, 003 red, will be your winner. Tony Marconi was 005 and then 4th out too quick. 596.6 on the 597, but it was all over thanks to true start. Brian Johnston will advance. Jeff Devy and Nick Marconi. Nick out of Glendale, Arizona, the challenger. Jeff Devy coming down from Kimberly, Idaho, that relapse. 4-speed. 67 Camaro. There for Mr. Devy. You know, it's hard to understate the talent that Jeff Devy has. Well, I mean, it's easy to understate it. It's hard to overstate it. 8th thou red for Devy. Nick Marconi's 44 green. They're going to get the win here, round number 1. Painting, lettering, striping, etc. Jeff Devy is in a class all by himself. And Devy might need a hug. He might need a hug. 008 red, dead on 2. Nick Marconi's 44 green and under by, a 10th and a little more. Jeff Devy might... we have to social distance. He might need a virtual hug. Marvin Wolfmeyer in the Vega wagon. Vale, Arizona. There's Schmid is going to bow out as he's big green. Wolfmeyer's 19 green and had all sorts of real estate to use. That Vega wagon's going to come down in round number 2. Rennie Reynolds. And Tony Kataya, a 56 Chevrolet for Tony. Tony is red by 13. Remy Reynolds will move on. 21 green and 7 above, 599 to advance. Tony in that 56 Chevrolet. It's red by 13 fouls. Bring up, some guy, I think he's won around every now and then. Name kind of sounds familiar. C.W. C.W. Hofer. He's a little bit of okay in that Firebird. 763 the dial. Marcus Ocampo in the Mustang. 657 for Marcus. CW. Couple of bulbs on the head start. Hofer will get the win. Marcos is red by 20 thou. CW, free look at 763, and he looks like 763.5. CW a little late by his standards, was 52 on the green light start. Marcos, after being red, was also too quick. He's breaking all the rules. Sidney McDaniel, big, high voltage Plymouth Savoy. A max wedge power there for Sidney, 618 the dial. Lindy Lindholm and his Super Stalker, the Copo, 6.2 liter machine out of Newport Beach. Guy's the mayor of Newport. Sidney is green. Lindy is green. Cindy McDaniel will get the win. 63 thou on the starting line. 6:22.9 on the 6:18 is good enough. Lindy was a $1.18 on the green light start and 2 above, but that starting line number was very problematic. Cindy McDaniel will move on. This is Howard DeVore and Wayne Matthews. Double reds and a true start win for Howard DeVore. Howard left first, was 12 red. Wayne Matthews left second, was 34 red. So Howard DeVore out of Flagstaff, Arizona, that's our second true start win. Ooh, this is fun. Real good matchup right here on the starting line. Seth Polvidor and Kyle Rizzoli. Seth out of Peoria, Arizona. That super sleek and ultra aerodynamic Ford Fairmont. And Kyle Rizzoli. The guy who finished number 7 in the world last year. Bridgewater 69 Camaro, 650 the dial for Kyle. Rizzoli, number 7 on the car, and red by 7 thou on the racetrack. Seth Polvidor was 22 green, and a little quick by a couple of hun, going 669 on the 671. So great matchup there in round number 1, but it was all over right on the get-goes. Rizzoli's red by 7 thou, Seth Polvidor in that Ford Fairmont. Can come back and play again in round number 2. So Mustang left side, Steve Johns, right side, Steve Johns. 32 green and 1 above is good. We'll work on the not on file situation over for the Mustang. 105 green and 2 quick, but it was, those combination numbers are not good. All right, attention in the pit area. Final call, like beyond Final Call Pro. You should all be in the staging lanes, please. Final Call Pro. And Final Call Pro, you should be up in the lanes, please. For round number 1 of our Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race. Greatly appreciate Shane Thompson and the group from Silver State jumping on board our Stimulus Race. Manuel Blea and Kyle Fritz. Fritz will press forward. Out of Mesa, the Firebird. That National Auto Collision Center's lane. Left side of the racetrack, 683.4 on the 681 was 22 green. Manuel Blea in the Nova was 40 green and under by 3 hun. Had a little bit of room down there. Did not snug it up tight enough. Toit. Needs to be toit like a tiger. So Kyle Fritz will move on. Eric Holsey and Kim Zimmerman. Holsey out of Mesa. 705 is the dial. Zimmerman out of Phoenix. In the Ford, and a red light start for Eric Holsey. Zimmerman, a free look at 623, 625.0 at 108 miles an hour. We'll move on. Eric Holsey, red by 27 thou. There's Joe Kidd and John Schur. Schur in the Mr. Magoo 2, that 69 Valiant, over on the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack, that right side. And Joe Kidd in the S10. 633 the dial. Joe and John. John and Joe, give it to Joe Kidd. 634.5 on the 633. Was 42 thou on the green light start. He had 16 thou there on the starting line. John Schur was 58 green. Joe Kidd, his combination of numbers results in electricity on his side of the racetrack. is Cal Gordon and Chris Hall. Chris Hall coming out from Brigham City, Utah. We'll move on. Chris, 591 on the 589, was 69 green. Cal Gordon's reaction time was $1:23, and that number was too much to come around Chris Hall. Chris Hall will advance. All right, Super Pro door car double entry. Super Pro door car double entry. Get you in 2 and 4, please. Super Pro door car double entry 2 and 4. Super Pro door car single entry 6 and 8, please. Super Pro door car single entry 6 and 8, please. Craig Sauerbach and Angelo Valencia. Angelo in the Camaro will move on as Craig is big red. Angelo, 14 green and 698 is good. Craig's 194 red is not. Kelly Davis, Ricky Duschel. Ricky's going to come back around to play again. 15 green is Kelly Davis, and the Mustang is red by 9 thou. Both drivers a little bit quick. 624 on the 625 for Ricky, under by a hunt. Kelly Davis is under by 3 hunt, going 650. On that 653 is Ricky Duschel. Makes that round number 1. Sasha Hofer. We saw Sasha in her first entry do that red light thing. Dominic Blea out of Albuquerque in the Mino Camino. 67 model year. Trying to chase down Sasha Hofer, not going to get there. Sasha, 7, 6, 6, 6. Evil. 45 green for Sasha. Dominic was 169 green and 3 above and no good. As Steve LaBarber and Dwayne Shilen. Steve out of Oak Hills and the 72 Chevelle, and LaBarber is going to get around 1 win. As Dwayne Shilen is red by 3 thou and goes 653.0. LaBarber had 678 on the car and goes 693 on the racetrack. Steve turns on a win light, and we'll get to come back for round number 2. In Super Pro door car, double entry. Super Pro door car, double entry. In lanes 2 and 4, please. Super Pro door car, single entry. Up in lane 6 and 8. So again, left lane is 2. Right lane is 4. Left lane is 6. Right lane is 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Steve Moss and Ron Rios. Moss in that altered. Ron Rios in the Camaro. Ron looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Steve. Steve Moss going to get the win. 580 on the 579. A little bit better on the starting line. It was 47 green. Ron Rios was 63 green. And dead on 2. But when you do the math, you carry the 1. Add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Remember your order of operations, kids. 2 thou is the margin of victory for Steve Moss. That was New Mexico on New Mexico crime. You can't have that. It was Ron Height and Tim Seymour. Tim in the Copo out of San Dimas. 594 is the dial. Ron Height out of Tucson, Arizona. The 2000 extended cab S10. Height, big starting line advantage, going to going to get the win, 17 green. Tim Seymour was a $1.18 on the green light start. Height will advance. It's Tim Argwald and Ed Niquette. Ed in the Cavalier, 542 of the dial for the runner out of Lake Havasu City. Tim Argwald out of Coachella. Saw Tim bounced. Tim Argwald moves entry number 2 into round number 2. 22 green, dead on 2 is good enough. Ed Niquette was 21 green, but then 400 too quick. It's Tim Argwald. Moves one of his 2 entries into round number 2. Is Mike Zimmerman and Brad Hawk. Now Hawk was already victorious in round number 1 in the other Mustang, but is not victorious in round number 1 in the other Mustang, red by 15 foul. Mike Zimmerman on the solo, 728. He had 732 on that National Auto Collision Center scoreboard. Zimmerman was 19 green. But it doesn't matter, as Brad Hawk was 15 red. As David Beckwith and Leo Glasbrenner. Leo and his Copo out of Murrieta, California for Remac Transmissions. Leo's just a big old American winning machine. He's been a division champ a time or 2. In the stock and super stock battles, David Beckwith out of Rancho Cucamonga, that red Malibu. Here comes Leo in the Copo. Pulling up alongside, double breakout win, going to go Leo's way. 612 on the 613. David Beckwith was 737.2 on the 739. Leo was a little bit better on the starting line by a couple of hun. And Leo Glassbrunner at double breakout will advance. Picking up the competition single. It's Moby Dick. A big 79 Cordova. Chuck Elder, Green Valley, Arizona. Going to get a free look at 733. Chuck, conservative on the starting line. 183 on the green light start, then 734 on the 733. That's going to wrap up round number 1 in Pro Eliminator here on Thursday's Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race at the K&N Southwest Showdown. Super Pro door cars are up here at the ready line. Again, Super Pro door cars, double entered into lanes 2 and 4, please. Single enter Super Pro door cars in lanes 6 and 8. So Super Pro Door Car, round number 1 is here at the ready line. My double entry cars should be in lanes 2 and 4. Lane 2 is a left lane. Lane 4 is a right lane. My Super Pro Door Car single entry should be in 6 and 8. ESPN 8, the Ocho. Your home for obscure sports. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, here we go. Marco Paravallaris and Eric Jaquith. Marco out of Petaluma, California. Obviously, the whole Paravallaris family racing with a very heavy heart. As just very recently and very unexpectedly, Mom Ellen passed away. Just our thoughts and condolences to the whole Paravallaris family. Just one of the best families in all of drag racing. And I'm glad to have them here with us here this weekend. I know there's a lot on their mind as Marco in that roadster. It's 5 flat. Eric Jaquith on the Hayabusa, looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Marco. Jaquith is going to advance 24 green, dead on 3 for Eric. Marco was 26 green, dead on 8. So both competitors dead on, and what some would consider an upset. Eric Jaquith takes out Marco Paravallaris. But Eric did his job. 24 green on the starting line, dead on 3. Was just a little bit better on both ends. And Eric's going to move on as Rick Hozan and Shane Thompson. Speaking of Silver State Refrigeration, Shane in the Nova 67 model year, and that thing is gorgeous. Red light start for Rick Hozan in the Oldsmobile. Shane Thompson, 14 green, dead on 2, 16 total. It's pretty sporty. Shane Thompson will advance as Blue Hayball and Race Kid. Blue out of Fort Hall, Idaho, and Sean Page's GTO. Race out of Boise. Kid Performance and Dyno 67 Nova. 578 is the dial for Race. 626 the dial there for Blue Hayball. It's just so weird to look down on the starting line and see Blue Hayball in a door car. Red light start for Blue. By 27 thousandths of a second, Race going to get a solo. What amounts to a solo, 580 on the 578. Race was 36 green. Blue Hayball had 626 on the GTO and goes 629 at 107 miles an hour. So Race Kid, Blue Hayball, and All Idaho Affair in round number 1 goes Race Kid's way. It's Jeremy Jacobs and Andrew Jaramillo. Jacobs out of Whitman, Arizona. 588 the dial in for that 62 Savoy. Just love how that Savoy sits. There, Jeremy Jacobs. Going to be leaving first. Andrew Jaramillo out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. The Dart, 580 is the dial. Going to be doing the chasing by just a skosh. Off and away, and Andrew is red by 4th out. Jeremy Jacobs, 12 green, 586.3 on the 588 predicted. Is good enough as it was all over right down there. As Andrew Jaramillo is red by 4th out. So again, Super Pro door cars. My double entered machine should be in 2 and 4 if you're not already. My single entry competitors should be in lanes 6 and 8. It's Martin Corella and Dave Johnston. Dave Johnson, Cave Creek, Arizona in the Beretta. 542 is the dial in for Dave. Martin in that Davis Corvette Roadster, 529 on the board. So a couple brief announcements, real brief. Merchandise is going to close at 5 o'clock, so you got a few minutes to get over there. We'll open again tomorrow morning. Merchandise is going to close here in a few minutes. Also, concession stand is going to close at 5 o'clock as well. And Martin, not what he was looking for. Oh, and Dave Johnston breaks out. Martin Corella's 002 on the starting line comes to a stop at about 300 feet, and he is going to be your winner. Dave Johnson is 26 green, takes a 5-second stripe plus, and breaks out by 2 thou. So Martin, if you can hear me, you are the winner. You won that round. Dave Johnston broke out. So hopefully that's not too bad and you get it fixed and get back up here for round number 2. So Martin Corella, who's out of the car, looking at the side, was the winner of that race. As Dave Johnson breaks out by 0.02 of a second. So hopefully we'll get hooked up to Martin. We'll get that Vail, Arizona-based Don Davis Corvette Roadster back. Hopefully it's nothing of consequence. And if he's able to, he'll get to come back and play in round number 2. So my Super Pro door cars should be up in lane 6 and 8. Super Pro door cars in lane 6 and 8. One thing that we do appreciate is Martin getting pulled over as quickly and as safely as possible. So we're getting hooked up to Martin Corella, getting Martin and that Don Davis Corvette Roadster off the racing surface. Super Pro door cars should be up in lane 6 and 8. Here on day number 1, the K&N Southwest Showdown here at Tucson Dragway, part of our Silver State Refrigeration stimulus race. All you had to do to get in this event is buy your weekend entry, buy your test and tune card for today. Got you automatic entry in this $8,000 purse Silver State Refrigeration stimulus event. All right, Ken Sweo and Steve Denny. Sweo coming down from Oregon City, Oregon, and that iconic Capri. Ken has won like a race or a million. 590 the dial in there for Sweo. Steve Denny out of Tucson, the Mustang. Win for Sweo. Steve Denny's big red, like 312 red. Sweo's 35 green, and then under by 12 thou. And that Capri will come back in round number 2 with C.W. Hofer and Chris Gabbard. C.W. off the bottom. And that Firebird here in Super Pro door cars, 761 the dial for C.W. Chris Gabbard, 506 the dial for that flamed 79 Corvette from right over there in Mesa. CW, top, bottom, he don't care. Hofer is going to get the win. Gabbard is red by 5 thou. CW in both runs today. Got away with them both. Missed the tree a little bit. 58 green for CW and 762 on the 61. Gabbard was 5 thou red. And all over on the starting line is Scott Hess and Brad Pierce. Debbie and Alden, I'm sure watching. BP out of Riverside. That 58 Corvette, 627 is the dial. Scotty Hess, 570. And that really clean 66 Nova out of Surprise. Brad Pierce, red by 3 thou. He will be done for the day in the Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race. Scott Hess is 21 green and 566 on the 570. Pierce, after being red by 3 thou, was 3 thou too quick. There's like all sorts of threes going on there for Brad Pierce. It's Mark Lalonde and Daniel Fiello. Mark out of Cottonwood. And that Camaro. Small block Chevrolet for Lalonde. 558 is the dial. Daniel Fiello out of Yucaipa. The 82 model Camaro. There for Daniel. 630 is the number. Both drivers pretty strong on the starting line. But Mark Lalonde, 003 green, dead on 9 is 12 total. Daniel Fiello's 14 green, and then no chance whatsoever. Mark Lalonde, 12 combined, gets it done more often than not. It's Joe Kidd Jr. and Tim O. Moore. Joe Kidd Jr. out of Phoenix, the Outlaw, 73 Nova, 724 is the dial. Tim O. Moore out of Tucson. The Roadster, 534 on the board. Tim looking left, Joe Kidd Jr. looking to the right, and Joe Kidd Jr. is 007 and 729 on the 24 to get it done. Tim O'More, 539 on the 534. For Tim O'More was Reggie Jackson, 44 at the hit, and could not get around Joe Kidd Jr. as Daryl Nance and Brian Lopez. Nance in the Mustang, 77 model year, out of Mesa. 610 is the number on that National Auto Collision Center scoreboard. Brian Lopez out of Tucson, that white 84 Camaro. Red light start for Brian by 1,000. One stinking thou. The red light start for Brian Lopez. Daryl Nance in the Mustang. We'll see the win light with the arrows over on his side of the time slip. It's 38 green and 608. To press forward is Jason O'Terry and Kevin McClelland for Team Tuna Tank in the Malibu wagon. And Jason O'Terry out of Norco. That white 92 Firebird, 709 is the dial. As we're going to go back to back Team Tuna Tank as Peabody is pulling forward in the water box. Well, I don't want to say what Kevin McClelland's reaction time was, but it was 2:37. Jason O'Terry's 19 green and 900 above and had K-Mac covered by a bid. McClelland dialed 661, had 661.5 on the time slip, runs right on the number, but 2:37 on the tree is no bueno. And Jason O'Terry back around for round number 2 is Bob Cordova and Daniel McClelland. Peabody out of Rancho Cucamonga in the Roadster. The Pump Gas Mafia over there, 541. The dial for Daniel. Bob Cordova out of Manassas, Colorado. The Camaro, 88 model year, 647 is the dial. There for Bob. Bob is away. Daniel McClelland is away. Here comes the Roadster up alongside the Camaro. Daniel McClelland will have some illumination. 19 green and 1 above for Daniel McClelland. Bob Cordova was a thou better at the starting line, 18 green. Had 647 on the car, goes 659 on the racetrack to be 1,200 above, and that's not good. It's Kenny Snow and Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan for K&N, that gorgeous Camaro Roadster. For Jonathan out of Yucaipa, 527 is the dial. Kenny Snow out of La Habra. The 87 Mustang there for Kenny. 10 thou separate him on the starting line. And Jonathan Fiello will get the win. 528 on the 527. Jonathan was 17 green. Kenny Snow was 27 green and 500 above. And those combination of numbers does not add up to a win light. But it does for Jonathan Fiello. As Sammy Franco III and Phil Garrison. 67 model year Camaro for Sammy out of New Mexico. 605 the dial. 68 model Camaro for Phil Garrison out of Flagstaff over on the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. Camaros, and it's going to be Sammy Franco 3 sticks to get the win. 606 on the 605 is Phil Garrison breaks it out by 8 thou, was in front by 12 thou. Needed to snug that up to 3 thou to move the wind light over into Phil Garson's side of the racetrack. Did not do it. Sammy Franco the third will move on. It was Robert Neighbor and Sam Northup. Neighbor in the 63 Corvette Roadster. Sam Northup, Boise, Idaho. For Team Guess Who? 669 is the dial for Sam. Neighbor is in a bit of a pickle. Sam looking over to the left. Neighbor is going to get the win. 31 green for Robert Neighbor. Sam Northup's 001 green, but then a 10th above. Might have given that one back. Robert Neighbor, 506 on the 504. Sam is 001 green and 10th over and not good enough. All right, Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster, double enter. Super Pro Dragster, double enter only. Lanes 2 and 4, please. Super Pro Dragster, double enter only. Lanes 2 and 4, please. It's Angelo Sanchez and Bill Kidd. Bill in the 66 Chevrolet Nova out of Marana. 683 is the dial. Angelo Sanchez, the 67 Nova out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Over that National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack. Angelo has the starting line advantage. Angelo has the win. 001 green and 3 above. Bill Kidd's 52 green and 2 above. And he'll be a first round runner-up. As Vic Spitali in the Roadster. And Andy Morris in the Camaro. Andrew out of Olympia, Washington. And the Henchus Mobile. Camaro over there. Andy is red by 7th out. Vic Spitali is 157 green. And Andy turns it red. And goes 625 on the 623. Vic Spitali, $157 green, and then 302 quick, 578 on the 81. That's Brian Fritz. Brian Fritz left side. Wind light over on the right side, 11 total, 8 green, dead on 3. As we're working to garner that information. Brian Fritz was 17 total and just wasting space. That's never a good feeling. I mean, I've been told like a timer 50 that all I do is waste space. Ryan Mangus, Martin Corella. Ken Rader and Ryan Mangus. Hear Mangus down there, wah, 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 wah. I think that might have been like 19 whomps down there for Mangus. 693 on the 689. Or maybe 12 whomps? I don't know. There was a lot down there. Rader was 72 green, and, well, Ryan Mangus is really good, and he took that advantage on the starting line of 600ths of a second. Tightened it up down there and got the win. It's Doug Cash and Cody Robinson. Cash out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, the 61 Corvette Roadster. Over on the left side. Cody Robinson out of Arizona. 70 Camaro right side, identical reaction times. And a win light going to go to Cody Robinson. Doug Cash breaks out by 46 thousandths of a second. Was in front by 900 at the finish line. Cody Robinson, 400 above is good enough. It's Dave Veals. And that Brogy Roadster, Nick Jonoff. Out of Tucson, a Camaro, that American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. Once again, double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. Need you in lane 2 and 4, please. Double entry dragsters. Need you in lane 2 and 4, please. Veals in the Roadster. Small block Chevrolet power. Nick Jonoff is going to get the win. 16 green for Nick. 659 at 100 miles an hour. Dave Veals was 31 green. Breaks out by 11 thou. Took 37 down there. Needed to take 25 or less. Because he was hungry and just nom-nommed the finish line. Is Dave Mazier and Scott Sturm. Dave out of Escondido from Mazier Enterprises, that Cavalier Roadster that's won like all sorts of stuff. We can talk about all the things that Dave Mazier has won, and we'd be here for a while. Scott Sturm in the Nova, off and away. Here comes Dave Mazier. Strum gonna get the win. As Dave Mazier breaks out, like Dave Mazier's gonna look at that time slip and he might want to throw up in a garbage can. Breaks out by 2 thou, taking 60. Yeesh. But it doesn't matter how your win light comes on, it just matters that your win light comes on. Scott Strum. Turn on the win light. As James Hardkisson and Mike McBrayer in the Tomato, the Corvette. It's going to get dragsters, Super Pro dragsters, single entry in 6 and 8, please. Super Pro dragster, single entry, 6 and 8, please. James, Mike, give it to Mike McBrayer. 15 green, 631.4 on the 630. James Hardkisson in the Barracuda, 004 green, 599.6 on the 597 when you do the math. Mike McBrayer had the Tomato out in front by 1/1000th of a second. As McBrayer and that Pennzoil Tomato come back in round number 2. It's Matthew Larson and Emma Duschel. Matthew for Larson Farms. Out of Yuma. 597 is the dial. Emma Duschel out of Palmdale, California. 63 Corvette. Larson is red by 10 thou. Emma Duschel's 003 and 1 above. 6 flat. Had 599 on the car. Emma will come back in round number 2. Larson, after being red by 10 thou, goes 594.8 at 133 miles an hour in the Corvette Roadster. But it's all over on the starting line. As Dan Bain, PJ Giacalone. PJ in the Pizzazz 55 Chevrolet, 601 the dial for PJ. Dan Bain at Lake Havasu, 69 Camaro for Dan, 556 on the board. Once again, Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster, single entry, 6 and 8, please. Super Pro Dragster, single entry, 6 and 8. PJ might be in a tight spot. As Dan Bain is 29 green, 558 on the 56 to move on. PJ's 97 on the starting line. Just gave up a ton right down there. And even though he was 602.8 down that way, was not good enough. As Don Toya and Bernie Polvador. This is juicy here in round number 1. Don Toya for Don's Rod Shop. The Roadster for Don. 523 is the dial. Bernie Polvador, Sun City, Arizona, and the Grand Prix for Three Amigos Tequila. 542 the dial for Bernie. Neither driver special on the starting line. Don Toy is going to get the win. 525 on the 523. Don was 28 green. Bernie Polvador was Reggie Jackson 44 at the start. And goes 544-0 on the 542. As Don Toya will move on. So again, dragsters. My double enter dragsters need to be in 2 and 4. Single entry 6 and 8, please. Dragsters, we need you in a big way. That's Dustin Wurtz and Hank Pramoff. Hank in the Vega. Dustin in that beautiful Miller dragster. 4 thous. What's going to separate him at the starting line? Dustin's already up alongside and going to get the win. As Dusty Buckets goes 472-4 on the 458. Hank Pramoff, 579 on the American Walk-In Cooler scoreboard, goes 620. Off the pace by a bunch, and Dustin Wurtz picks up a win on the dragster.
It's starting to get cold here. I don't know why, but yeah, it's already starting to get chilly. Up here on the scissor lift, there is no protection from anything, so it's the wind is blowing. It's starting to get chilly. That's all right. Big thanks to everybody for tuning in. Really do appreciate it. Big thanks to Silver State Refrigeration for not only being the live broadcast sponsor this entire weekend, but also for being the title sponsor of the 2021 8K stimulus race here. So if you are just joining us, we are in our first weekend race right now. It is only Thursday, I do understand, but this is the first race of the weekend. So today was test and tune. If you bought a test and tune entry and have an entry for the entire weekend, then you are in for the stimulus race, which is $8,000 to win, no buybacks. So there you can double enter. If you were double entered into the race and you paid for 2 test and tunes, then you'd be double entered into this one as well. So, pretty cool deal. Our boy Steve Valdez is still in. So good job, brother. And cars are on the racetrack ready to run.
5:30 coming over from Albuquerque, New Mexico. At Davis Prepared Dragster. Green. Victor, Larry, give it to Victor. 532 on the 530. He was a little better on the starting line. 526 green to Larry Beckner's 34 green light start. Beckner had 510 on the scoreboard, goes 537 on the racetrack. So he was off the pace. Huh. This is how we're going to live our lives right now? All right. Mark Kidd, Thomas Bear. This is like first round, final round. It would be a surprise to no one to see either of these gentlemen deep into eliminations. Mark Kidd out of Twin Falls, Idaho for Kidd Performance and Dyno. 462 is the dial. Thomas Bear out of Cherry Valley, California. Tom Bear School of Drag Racing. Lucas Oil there for Mr. Bear. 477 is the dial. This is good stuff here in round number 1. Silver State Refrigeration 2021 stimulus race. Part of the K&N Southwest Showdown. Bear's going to be leaving first. Mark Kidd's going to be doing the chasing. 6 thou, the difference on the starting line. Bear's a little bit better on both ends. 478. 6 on the 477. Bear's 12 green. Mark Kidd was 18 green. Margin of victory. Would you expect anything different? 0.005 going to be the margin of victory there for Thomas Bear. 5-10 thou. And a great round 1 matchup. A couple of best on the property, who did a horrible job pulling into the staging lanes, as Greg Hicks and Jerry Duffy. Hicks out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. And Jerry Duffy out of Tucson, Arizona. A Mopar powered red dragster with the electric green, electric greenish yellow stripe down the side. Off and away. Hollywood is off and away. Greg Hicks going to get the win. 482.4 on the 480. Timed it up to 9 thou at the stripe. Jerry Duffy was 40 green, dead on 7, and no shot. As Philip Greg Hicks moves on into round number 2. Sammy Franco II and Leroy Duran. Sammy Franco II out of Las Lunas, New Mexico. Mike Boss prepared dragster. Leroy Duran and Paul Lorton's machine. 518 the dial for Leroy. If you're watching Leroy and Paul's adventures on Facebook, the damage that they uncovered a couple days ago, but they're like, no, we're fixing it. We're going to come be a part of the K&N Southwest Showdown. Good to see Leroy down there on the starting line. 518 is the number for Leroy. 538 for Sammy Franco II. That winged dragster will be leaving first. Away and away. Advantage, Sammy Franco II. But win light going to be Leroy Duran. 36 green and 1 above for Leroy. 519.0 on the 519.0 on the 518. Sammy Franco II is 542.8 on the 538. Sammy's better on the starting line. 22 green to Leroy's 36, but Leroy was able to drive around that starting line advantage and light up the win light here in round number 1 as Lloyd Salverson and Bruce Briscoe. Lloyd for that rich Ford. Quick lane, 5 flat, the dial in. And on a red light start, Lloyd Salverson is going to get the win. 5:03 is Bruce Briscoe's red by 5 thou. J.R. Learcamp and Jeremy Wilson. Jeremy Wilson. Jeremy in the drag start at Grand Junction. Wilson, red by 4 thou. So Learcamp's machine every run today has had that puff of smoke coming out that left header. 22 green, 482 there for Learcamp. Jeremy Wilson, after being read by 4 thou, was in 6 thou too quick, going 469. It was Dan Lafferty and Mark Lalonde. Mr. Lafferty coming down from Wendell, Idaho for Lafferty Drilling and Blasting. 456 in the slow dragster. Mark Lalonde out of Conwood, Arizona, the yellow Yancer dragster. Red light start for Lafferty by 1 thou. Mark Lalonde 11 green and 1 above is good enough. Lafferty 1 stinking thou on the red light start there for Dynamite Dan. Runs it out the back at 454, at 456 on the car. Mark Lalonde, courtesy of Dan Lafferty's red light. We'll come back in round number 2 is Kevin Heffington and Joe Glenwaller. Couple of power adders on each machine. Heffington out of Washington, that race tag dragster over there for Kevin. Joe Glenwaller out of Poway, California, 446 the dial. Couple of the quicker cars on property. Green and green. Kevin and Joe, give it a Joe. 18 green, 1 above. Timed it up to 3 thou at the finish line. Kevin Heffington dialed 453, was 28 thou on the green light start, 454-1, and was 3 thou behind at the finish line is Joe Glenwaller. Puts 18 on the tree, and 18 thou above, as there's 18s all over the place. Joe Glenwaller, we'll move on. It's Chad Weber and Lane Desper. CW out of Kingman, Arizona. For Sherway Engine and Machine there for Chad. Lane Desper out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Lane's Tire and Auto. Threw in another 5 hundo into the stimulus race today. And unfortunately, Lane is still sitting on the starting line. But Chad Weber was red by 9 thousandths of a second. Unreal. Lane Desper sat on the starting line for 7 seconds, and because of how TrueStar works with the tree, we had no idea that Chad Weber was red by 9 thou. Lane Desper, man, when you're living right, you are living right. Lane will get to come back into round number 2. Just a tough break there for Chad. Red by 9 thou. While your opponent is still sitting on the starting line. Just brutal. So Blue Hayball and Richard McFarland. McFarland in just that super cool Pontiac powered little shorty dragster. Home built machine there for McFarland and team out of Yucca Valley, California. Blue Hayball, the dragster. 510 is the dial there for Blue. Down from Fort Hall, Idaho. Or Mr. Hayball. Red light start for Richard McFarland. Hayball will be the benefactor of Richard McFarland's red light. Hayball 62 green and goes 507. McFarland, after being red by 11, goes 590 on that 592 prediction. Nick Cobb, and Chance Parker. Nick out of Lake Elsinore. For Mickey Thompson Tire, Renegade Race Fuels. I'm sure Michelle is watching and cheering on that Bang Shift live feed. Chance Park out of Roy, Utah. The Cameron chassis dragster, 495 is the dial. 485 there for Mr. Cobb. Nick Cobb going to get the win. Parker red by 11th thou. Nick's going to get a free look at 485. And when he grabs that time slip, it's going to read 481.6. Nick was 16th thou on the green light start. And after Chance is red by 11th thou. Runs dead on the number. 495.1 on the 495. But he was red by 11th thou all over on the starting line. Nick Cobb. We'll come back around as Elliot Franco and Kelly White. Kelly out of Chandler, Arizona, the race tag dragster. Elliot Franco, the old school Spitzer machine with that big wing up on top out of La Palma, California. 550 the dial for Elliot. 486 the number for Kelly White. So a bulb in a little bit. The starting line advantage. Elliot Franco off and away. And is going to break out by 7 thousandths of a second, taking 55 down there at the finish line. Kelly White, 49 green and 15 thou above is good. Elliott, 16 green and under by 7 thou. Needed to be 47 or less. Kelly White will move on. It's Gary Youngblood and Jack Sadler. Sadler for Team Fig Speed. There for Jack, 495 the dial. He will be leaving first. Gary Youngblood out of Pueblo, West Colorado. The American prepared dragster. Youngblood. That dragster, the American walk-in cooler side, is going to get the win as Jack Sadler breaks out by 0.03 of a second. Gary was a little better on the starting line, but didn't run the number. Sadler was 43 green and 3 quick to be on the wrong side. It was Bobby Dye Jr. and Larry Richardson. Now you say the name Larry Richardson and Dan Lafferty in the pit area start shaking uncontrollably. That's another story for another day. Bobby Dye Jr. for Team Specialty Fasteners is going to be on the wrong side of the win light. Bobby Dye Jr. was 007 and under by 12 thou. Larry Richardson 16 green and 3 above to be good enough. So Larry Richardson will move in around number 2. Carl Canavo, the pizza man. Mark Darsow likes to eat pizza. Mark of that small block Chevrolet power dragster. 504 the dial. Carl Canavo of Las Vegas, Nevada. 495 the number for C Squared. Red light start for Mark Darsow by 15 thousandths of a second. Carl Canavo's 008, 499 on the 495 to advance. Mark stuck to landing going 5046 on the 504, but it was no good on the starting line. Left a little prematurely. Turns on the red light. This is Debbie Dolezal and Jerry Denton. Debbie out of Chandler, Arizona, that green dragster, primary green dragster. 497 is the number. Jerry Denton. 470 on the American walk-in cooler scoreboard, the right side of the racetrack. Win, Debbie Dolezal. 499 on the 497. Neither driver was even remotely sporty on the starting line. Debbie 67 green and left first, as Jerry Denton was 89th out on the green line start. Denton then ran the number 470 with a 6 on the 470, but Debbie tightened it up to 7th out of the stripe. I'm going to move on as Lance Parker and Ethan Bourne. It's like an old school Rocky Mountain Raceway's Friday night Summit ET race. Lance out of Roy, Utah. 485 is the dial. Ethan Bourne out of Riverton, Utah. Dad Paul out behind on the right-hand side. 487 the number for young Ethan. Red light start for Ethan Bourne. Lance Parker will move in around number 2. 17 green for Lance. Had 485 on the car. Has 484.9 on the racetrack. Ethan, after being red by 10th out, was 6th out too quick. 486.4 on that 487 will be done here for the Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race. Dustin Henches and Calvin Locke. Dustin out of Olympia, Washington. For Left Coast Racing. The Mullis chassis there for Dustin. Part of that Left Coast Brigade. Calvin, 5:15 on the dial. Will be leaving first. About a half a bulb the difference. Oh, Calvin Locke, 001 red. The worst of the red lights. Dustin Henches was all up on the wheel. 009 dead 5 is 14 total. That's a little bit of okay. 14 total there for Dustin Henches. It's Logan Orr and Morgan Rose. Logan out of Erta, Utah. Morgan out of Henderson, Nevada. Part of Team Silver State. Morgan here this weekend with the baby. Having fun in the race car. 6 months old. It's just insane. Doesn't seem like that long ago. Morgan, 467 is the dial. Logan, 465 on the board. As the sun is starting to set over in the western sky, starting to cast a little bit of a shadow there on the starting line. Morgan just tattooed Logan Orr to the starting line. Morgan's 002 green. Logan Orr 70th out on the green light start. Morgan going to get a pretty easy one right there in round number 1. 470 on the 467 for Morgan. As Logan Orr was 70 green and 2 above and not a shot. It's Mike Zimmerman and Dodie Cornelius Weber. Some people call him Cody Weber, but those that know him best refer to him as Dodie Cornelius. 458 is the dial for Cody. Was your Jegs All-Star top dragster champion in Ted and Jennifer Ween's machine? Mike Zimmerman, 508. Hey, there's 2 Jegs All-Star top dragster champions on property, along with that Mike McBrayer guy. Mike Zimmerman out of Phoenix, 508 is the dial. Weber, 458. Cody, late on the starting line, is in a tight spot, and Mike Zimmerman takes out Cornelius. 5082 on the 508. Zimmerman was set 15 green, 17 total. Cody Weber was 54th out on the green light start and dead on 1. And that starting line number, not so good, my friend. Mike Zimmerman packages up Cody Weber. And Cody will be done for the day. It's Pat Marbach and Marco Peravaleris. Pat out of Bismarck, North Dakota. That little shorty red dragster. American Pipe Rack, 514 is the dial. Marco Peravaleras out of Sonoma, California. And that winged dragster for Marco, Layla, Nick, and the team. Marco was eliminated first round in the Corvette Roadster and is red here by fourth out. 463 for Marco, 136 on the speed. Pat Marbach's 15 green and 5 above. So Marco's out in both entries here in today's Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race. Pat Marbach will move forward. It's Taylor Strange and Chuck Babcock. Taylor out of Alamosa, Colorado. The white dragster with the black scoop. And Chuck Babcock out of Yorba Linda, California. Chuckles over there, 517 is the dial. The American walk-in cooler side. Taylor Strange, 498 on the National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack. Babcock going to get the win, 40 green. And dead on 3 for Chuck. Taylor Strange is a $142 on the green light start. When he gave up a 10th in an 8th mile race off the starting line. Rarely does the win light illuminate on your side of the racetrack. Chuck Babcock will press forward. Brian Weber and Brian Hout. Brian with a Y out of Maricopa. The race tag dragster over on the National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack, 495 is the dial. Brian Hout, yes, as in top alcohol dragster competitor Brian Hout. Junction City, Oregon, 476, the dial for Brian with an I. And Brian with an I has a 181 reaction time. As Brian Weber is going to get the win, 495 on the 495. Dead on 6 there for Weber. Weber was 54 green. And Brian Hout gave up almost a 10th and a half on the starting line. And is no good. Raymond Harshbarger out of Montana. The race tag dragster, 506. The wingless ride. Over on the left-hand side of the racetrack, and Jerry Devenpeck. The Gig Harbor, Washington. The all-black winged TNT supercar. 451 is the dial there for Jerry. Jerry Devenpeck is going to be shut off as got some stuff coming out. It's Raymond Harshbarger. We'll get the competition single. All right, now that we got all that straightened out, Raymond Harshbarger on the solo, dead on 3, 506.3 and 10 green, 13 total. Robert Neighbor and Brandon Lynch. Neighbor out of Miraloma with crew chief extraordinaire Chad Neighbor. Robert picking up a new sponsor for the race this week. Chad Neighbors Trailer Tipping. The new sponsor for Robert Neighbor and the team. I'm so happy that Chad Neighbor can't hear me right now. Brandon Lynch out of Roy, Utah for Wild Ride Racing. Discount Tire. Brandon and the whole team coming down from Roy, Utah. So Brandon right side. Robert Neighbor left side. Neighbor with the wing. Lynch Sands wing. And going to go to Robert Neighbor. Tightens it up to 5 thou. Down there at the stripe. 36 green for Robert. Brandon Lynch was 43. Both drivers missed the tree just a little. Brandon then goes 487.4 on the 486. Robert Neighbor 474.6 on the 473 to make that margin of victory 5 thou. There for Mr. Neighbors. Val Torres Jr. and Chuck Hawk. Val Jr. out of Chino. The TNT Supercar for Val. 479 is the dial. Chuck Hawk. Tucson, Arizona. 473 the dial. Another really strong matchup here in round number 1. Chuck Hawk has had all sorts of success here in the state of Arizona, both here at Tucson Dragway and up at Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park. Well, and Val Torres Jr., he's had success pretty much everywhere. Red light start for Chuck Hawk by 3 thou. Val Jr. is 18 green, 475.2 for Val. Chuck, after being red by 3 thou, is a hunt over, going 474 on the 473. Jeremy Rapp and Jeff Burke. Jeremy out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Rapp has done all sorts of damage up in the Summit ET Series up there at the strip of LVMS. 480 is the dial. Jeff Burke out of Mesa, the Yancer dragster. Over on the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack, 492 is the number. Jeff Burke dodges a massive bullet. 006 green for Jeff. The car then spun the tire, bogged. Was only 136 to 60 feet. Goes 542. A half a second over the number. Jeremy Rapp was 14 green. Takes a half a second at the stripe and breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. Jeff Burke is living right. Jeremy Rapp is going to need a hug. It's Kevin Johnson and Dylan Howe. Dylan, the young man who finished number 5 in Division 6 in Super Comp last year. The youngster jumped in that car and had all sorts of success. Kevin Johnson out of Draper, Utah. 507, the dial-in for Kevin. Dylan, big red, definitely had some numbers in the box that were not correct. Kevin Johnson's 20 green and a freebie there in round number 1. Val Torres Sr. and Trevor Harkema. Val out of Valinda for Val Torres Construction. 476, the guy who finished number 5 in the world last year in Super Comp. Mr. Torres and Trevor Harkema, my little Pookie Bear, out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I know wife Katie and the kids are back there watching. Jerry Denton's machine there for Trevor. 488 the dial-in for Harkema. 476 on the board for Val Sr. 5 thou separate them on the starting line. Trevor, Val, give it to Val Torres Sr. 13 green, 480. 4 above for Val. Trevor Harkema was 18 green. Behind by 5 thou, the starting line was Trevor. Had 488 on the car and 495 on the racetrack as Trevor's off the number. Dustin Wurtz and Jason Dawson. Saw Dustin already pick up a win in round number 1 as he's double entered. Jason Dawson, North Las Vegas, Nevada. As Dustin Wurtz is going to get the win, Dawson off the pace early. Dustin 25 green, 456.9 on the 455 to move on. All right, Pro Eliminator, round 2. Pro Eliminator, round number 2. Let's get you in lane 6 and 8, please. Pro Eliminator, round number 2. Get you in lane 6 and 8, please. Pro, round number Derek Jeter. Up in the lanes, please. 6 and 8, please. Pro, round number 2. Lane 6 and 8. It's Tony Tito. And Tim O. Moore. Tim in the dragster. It's Tony Tito out of Mesa, Arizona. Their left side, 490 on the dial. Red light start for Tony. Red by 4th out. Tim O'More in the dragster. We'll move on. 16 green and 5 above, 540 on that 535. Is Tim, who I think is running like 14 different cars this week. I've been told it's 3, but it seems like more than that. As Nick Downing and Alexis Thompson. Again, Pro Eliminator, 6 and 8, please. The Downing family, just synonymous with racing here in Arizona State. Nick out of Phoenix. 5 flat the dial. Alexis Thompson going to get the win. Downing is red by 3 thou. Alexis, 466.5 on the 467. Nick, after being red by 3 thou, took it on the red light parade. Just 535 off the gas early, just 120 miles an hour. It's Patrick War and Trey Vetter. Mr. War out of Erta, Utah for Pete's Diesel Repair. Got 442 on the dial. Trey Vetter out of Henderson, Nevada, 469 on the board. War, last stage. Trey, first to leave. Looking over that left shoulder, here comes War, Trey Vetter. Double breakout win, gonna go Trey's way. 468.0 on the 469, under by a Hun. Patrick Ward Jr. had 442 on the car, 437 on the racetrack, under by 5 Hun. And on the double breakout, Trey Vetter will move forward as Gabe Torres and Jeff Taylor. G-Money out of Valinda, 469 is the dial. Jeff Taylor out of Apache Junction, Arizona, 445. The dial in there for Jeff. Torres, 006. Taylor, 15 green, and a whole bunch of womps down there. on another double breakout. Gabe Torres is going to get the win. Under by 2 thou. Jeff Taylor under by 6 thou. Jeff Taylor was 15 thou on the green light start through quad 4s on the American walk-in coolers lane. 4:44.4 and a 4:45, but Gabe Torres just breaks out by 2 thou. It was 006 at the rip. Gabe Torres will move on. It's Taylor Vetter and Christopher Northup. Funny car Chris coming down from Boise, Idaho. 525 the dial there for Chris. Taylor Vetter, 490 is the dial. Northup looking over the shoulder. Taylor trying to chase down funny car Chris. How about Northup? 10 green, dead 7. Makes 17 total. Taylor Vetter's 21 green and had no chance. That's Chris Northup. Locks out Taylor Vetter. It's Thomas Bear and Dean Bush. Dean Bush turns a red. Thomas Bear for Team Lucas Oil. Team Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing going to get the win. 24 green, 3 quick, but it was all over as Dean Bush out of Las Vegas. Turns on that big old nasty, ugly, stinky red light by 30 thou. As Greg Hicks and Peyton Janik. This is like a regular Friday night Las Vegas Motor Speedway Summit ET event. Hollywood out of North Las Vegas, 480 the dial. Peyton Janik, Mom Tiffany out the right-hand side. Peyton out of Las Vegas. 469 the dial for Peyton. Hollywood, 480 is the dial. No matter what happens, Jughead is going to be back in the trailer, happy to see Peyton and Mama. Well, technically Peyton's mom. Tiffany's grandma. So Hollywood left side, PJ right side. Peyton Janik red by 21 thou. Greg Hicks 004 green and legs it out the back. 474 on the 480 there for Hollywood. It's Peyton red by 21 thou. Hopefully that was just a red light parade. And nothing mechanical there for Peyton Janik. Peyton red by 21. Hicks will move it around number 2 is Greg Carlisle and Tyler Murrup. Carlisle out of Lake Stevens, Washington, the most prepared dragster. Murrup for Jordan Mower Motorsports, the Moles chassis dragster. Tyler, giving a Murrup. 17 green for Tyler. 5048 on the 501. Greg Carlisle was 55 on the green light start and 566. And that mathematical equation will not work out for Greg Carlisle. Tyler Murrup will press forward. Shane Thompson and Race Kid. Shane out of Henderson, Nevada for Team Silver State. 464 is the dial. Race Kid 481 on the dragster for Kid Performance and Dyno. 8-10 thou. The difference on the starting line. Shane, race, kid, dead on 3 to get the win by 8-10 thousandths of a second there for the babyface assassin, race kid. 32 green, dead on 3. Shane Thompson's 22 green and over by a hun, and is 8-10 thou short at the stripe. It's Chandler Mazier. Chandler Mazier and Larry Beckner. Mazier going to get the win. 5:07 on the 5:05. Chandler's 11 green and 2 above is good. Larry Beckner, 41 green and 1 above is no good. It's generally how it works in drag racing. One side is good. The other side is not good. I mean, the other side can be good, but then, like, it's not going to be good enough. I mean, because when we get into eliminations, it is a true Thunderdome situation where 2 enter and 1 leaves. I believe that does wrap up round number 1 in Super Pro. Coming around the corner should be round number 2 in Pro Eliminator. Here on our Silver State Refrigeration 2021 Stimulus Race. This is a free entry. If you're a participant for this weekend and you were part of the test and tune today, that was all that you needed to get into this Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race. Lane's Tire and Auto also threw in an extra $500 into the package to make it $8,000 today. The winner today will also get themselves an entry into the $50,000 shootout Saturday night, presented by Kid Performance and Dyno. Pro Eliminator, round number 2. Brian Johnston, Ryan Johnston. Brian in the Corvette out of Tucson. That silver hot rod left side, 618 the dial off the bottom. Ryan Johnston out of North Las Vegas in the Camaro 007 red. Brian Johnston's going to move in round number 3, 617 on the 618. Ryan Johnson. It's 581 on the 580. But it was right on the starting line by 7,000. Steve Valdez and Leroy Duran. Leroy in the Durham Challenger. 610 the dial. For Leroy, or in the Super Stalker, Steve Valdez, the 71 Vega, 665 the dial for the runner out of Douglas, Arizona. Leroy in the Challenger, big starting line advantage, and the win. 007 for Leroy, 617 At just 100 miles an hour, Steve Valdez was 66 thou on the bulb and 300 above. And he will end today with 1 win light. Leroy with 2 thus far. Sidney McDaniel, Stan Hammond. Stan out of Artesia, New Mexico, the 64 Nova, over the American walk-in cooler side. Sidney McDaniel out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, the big Max Wedge, 63 Savoy, the high voltage ride. Stan has Sidney dominated on the starting line and on the racetrack. 002 green for Hammond, 646 on the 642. Sidney McDaniel was 100 green, giving up almost a tenth on the starting line. Stan Hammond moves in around number 3. Jeremy Wilson, Phil Loader. Phil out of Carlsbad, New Mexico, the Camaro, 642 the dial. Jeremy Wilson, 606 for the Vega Wagon out of Grand Junction, Colorado. Jeremy going to be doing the chasing. Jeremy going to be doing the swearing, as Jeremy is read by 6 thou. Loader, 39 green and 302 quick, but it was all over right down there as I'm pointing to the starting line, as Jeremy Wilson is read by 6 thou. C.W. Hofer and Mark Zaffron. Zaffron and a Firebird out of Casa Grande, 726 on the board. C.W. Hofer, Calamasa, California. The Firebird there for C-Dub. Hofer, Zaffron, CW, Mark, give it to Mark, 726.7 on the 726. CW Hofer had 500 advantage on the starting line. Got to the finish line first by 0.06 of a second. Breaks it out by 4 thou. Hide all sharp objects from CW Hofer. Mark Zaffron moving it around number 3. It's Mark Kidd and Joe Accardo. Joe in the Camaro out of Rio Rico, Arizona, 712 is the dial. Mark Kidd, Twin Falls, Idaho. That super clean orange, 67 Nova. 581 on the board there for Mark. Kidd was late. Cardo is going to get the win. 13 total for Joe Accardo. 10 green, dead 3 for Joe. Mark Kidd was 79 thou on the green light start, and there was nothing Mark Kidd could have done to move the win light over on his side of the racetrack. Curtis Enzalita and Angelo Valencia. Curtis had a Flagstaff, that big 68 Roadrunner. Mopar power there for Curtis. 665 is the dial, going to be leaving second. Angelo Valencia, Santa Fe, New Mexico, yellow 68 Camaro. 697 there for Angelo. Curtis trying to pull up alongside Angelo, going to get the win. 48 green for Curtis Enzalita. 670 on the 665. Angelo Valencia dialed 697, went 701, 400 above, but was 99 on the tree. Gave up 0.05 of a second to Curtis Enzalita. Curtis took that advantage on the starting line, used it on the racetrack to get the win. It's Brandon Umberger and Nick Marconi. Brandon and the Jelly Bean, Grand Junction, Colorado, 77 Chevette, 589 the dial in for Brandon. Nick Marconi, Glendale, Arizona, the Challenger is off and away, 818 the dial. Umberger trying to chase down the Challenger. Umberger is going to get the win. Marconi, better on the starting line, was 22 green. Brandon Umberger was 33 thou on the green light start. Nick Marconi dials 818, goes 833. As Brandon Umberger, 594. gets around Nick Marconi here in round number 2. Marvin Wolfmeyer and Joe Cox Jr. Wolfmeyer out of Vail, Arizona, the 72 Vega wagon, 694 the dial. Joe Cox Jr. out of Peoria. A red light start for the Valiant. Marvin Wolfmeyer, 009 green, and 702 is good. Joe Cox Jr. is 19 red, dead on 7, and no good. Sasha Hofer and Jonathan Fiello. Sasha, Calamasa. Just saw husband CW bow out. Sasha in her Firebird, 762 of the dial. Jonathan out of Yucaipa, California, that red Chevelle, 646 the dial for Jonathan. Sasha off and away. Here comes Jonathan. Jonathan Fiello. After a coin flip on the starting line, just 3 thou the difference. Sasha was a little better, 26 green to Jonathan's 29 light. Jonathan 647 on the 646. Sasha was 2 hun over, going 764 on her 62. Jonathan Fiello will bring that red 67 Chevelle back in round number 3. Jeff Safranek out of Phoenix. Jeff Man 65 Mustang, 716 the dial. That's Daniel Fiello out of Yucaipa. The 82 Camaro for Daniel, 628 is the number as we look down yonder on that American walk-in cooler scoreboard. Daniel, red by 22 thou. Gonna gift wrap a win. Over to Jeff Safranek. And when I say gift wrap, I mean like gift wrap. Jeff's 106 green and gets the win. It's Kyle Fritz and Chuck Elder. Kyle out of Mesa, Arizona, the 24-year-old. 680 is the dial. For Kyle Fritz, Chuck Elder, 733. And that big 79 Cordova, Green Valley, Arizona for Chuck. Fritz, Elder, Kyle Fritz, 10 green and 9 hun above. Chuck Elder was 98 thou on the green light start, gave up a ton there on the starting line. As Chuck Elder is going to bow out here in round number 2. Kyle Fritz, we'll see him back in round number 3 is Seth Polvador and Rick Reynolds. Seth in the Ford Fairmont out of Peoria, Arizona, 668 is the dial. Rick Reynolds out of San Diego. Super cool 66 Ford Fairlane. Both drivers off and away. Seth, Rick Reynolds. Double breakout win. 597.9 on the 599 for Rick was 19th thou on the green light start. And under by 11th thou. Seth Polvador was 27 green and under by 23 thou. Rick Reynolds closer to that dial-in and is going to be your winner. Howard DeVore, Larry Pittenger. Howard out of Flagstaff. That's 69 Nova. 677 is the dial for Howard DeVore. And Larry Pittenger, the 68 Camaro. Larry and Lori and the team. Larry was late. Howard is your winner. DeVore, 679 on the 677 was 48 green. Larry Pittenger gave up more than a tenth. It was 151 on the green light start. Then to add insult to injury, he goes down there and runs dead on 3. Howard DeVore is your winner here in round number 2 is Joe Kidd. In the S10, Brad Hawk in the 89 Mustang. Marana, left side. Tucson, right side. Joe Kidd giving up 5 hun on the starting line, and Joe Kidd, 008 and 5 above, is good enough. Brad Hawk was 58 green and under by 16 thou. Took an 18 thou stripe. He needed to snug it up to a thou to flip the wind light over in his lane. Did not do it. Joe Kidd is going to be our winners. Chris Citro and Baron Barler. Citro out of Tucson, the 87 Mustang. Baron Barler out of Peoria. Baron Barler, 663 on the dial. That's 67 Chevy. Citro on the Mustang. Give it to Baron Barler. 12 green and 1 above is good. 664.3 on the 663. Chris Citro, dead on 1. But he was 46 thou on the starting line, and that led to his demise in round number 2. All right, Super Pro Door Car. Super Pro Door Car, round number 2. If you are double entered, let's get you in lane 2 and 4, please. Double entry in 2 and 4. Double entry 2 and 4. Single entry in 6 and 8, please. Super Pro Door Car, 2 and 4, please. If you are double entered at 2 and 4. Single entry in 6 and 8. If you are still double entered, I should say. And 2 and 4 is Ryan Mangus and Manny Blea the third. Mangus, 11 green, 691 on the 688 to light up that National Auto Collision Center scoreboard. Manny Blea, 766 on the 64, 48 thou on the green light start. Sends Ryan Mangus into round number 3. This is Ricky Duschel and Steve Johns. Ricky in the Camaro out of Palmdale, California, 623 on the board. Steve Johns, Phoenix, Arizona, that red 65 Falcon, 650 over on the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. Once again, Super Pro Door Car, if you are still double entered. Get you in lanes 2 and 4, please. Super Pro Door Car single entry in 6 and 8. Ricky Duschel is going to get the win. Steve Johns breaks out by 9 thou, was in front by 28 thou at the stripe. Johns definitely had some room down there to have a little womp and a womp and a tappity tap, and did not do so. And Ricky Duschel, when light comes on, Ricky's side of the racetrack will be back around in round number 3 is Mike Zimmerman and Remy Reynolds. Remy out of San Diego, the Pinto, 595 the dial in for Remy. Mike Zimmerman out of Phoenix, Arizona in the Dart. 726 the dial in for Mr. Zimmerman. Remy, 595. Remy, starting line advantage. That Pinto trying to pull up alongside. Dead on 8 for Remy Reynolds. That makes 23 total. And Mike Zimmerman was 40 thou on the green light start and locked out. Remy Reynolds will press forward as Ron Height and Victor Sandoval. Ron out of Tucson, Arizona, the S10 extended cab, 760 on the board. Victor Sandoval, Tucson, Arizona as well, the 84 Camaro, the American walk-in cooler side of the track. Leo Glassbrenner and Kim Zimmerman. Leo out of Murrieta, the Copo. Kim Zimmerman in the big heavy Thunderbird. 28 green for Kim. Leo's 44. Winlight, Kim Zimmerman. 624 on the 623, snugged it up to 9th thou. Tim Argwald and Luis Valenzuela Sr. Luis is broke on the starting line. Argwald, oh, that almost got real silly. Luis Valenzuela Sr. broke on the starting line. Tim Argwald was down there on a solo, dialed 765, went 765-0. While his competitor is sitting right here at about 85 feet on the starting line. Tim Argwald dodged a massive bullet. Like, I'm talking like that was a bazooka or a cannon.
How do you improve on a classic? Modernize it with Sniper Fuel Injection from Holley. For only $9.99, Sniper eliminates cold start issues, hesitations, vapor lock, flooding, and fuel odors. Sniper installs with just 4 wires and self-tunes while you drive. Sniper replaces most 4-barrel carbs and is now available in a 2-barrel. Install a Sniper system, then get in, start it up, and enjoy driving your ride more today. How do you improve on a classic? Modernize it with Sniper.
Pulls over very abruptly here on the starting line. Tim Argwald, that was almost real silly. Again, Super Pro door car, 6 and 8, please. Round number 2. Super Pro door car. 6 and 8, please. Round number 2. So we'll get hooked up to Luis Valenzuela Sr.'s just gorgeous 69 Nova. Hopefully we can go back and get it looked at and repaired and ready to go for tomorrow. Lucas Oil Friday. Tomorrow, 10 grand for Super Pro, 3 grand for Pro. We'll start off tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. Everybody will get one time run, and then we'll go right into eliminations. Tomorrow, there are also first round buybacks. $100 for Super Pro, $60 for Pro Eliminator. That's tomorrow, part of Lucas Oil Products Friday at the K&N Southwest Showdown here at Tucson Dragway. Track is clear as we bring up Steve LaBarber and Luis Ortiz. Steve out of Oak Hills, California. Look at that awesome 72 Chevelle. 681 the dial for Steve. Luis Ortiz, 743. The number on that 68 Valiant from like right over there in Tucson. 743. The predicted performance, LaBarber going to be doing the chasing. LaBarber, big starting line advantage, trying to pull up alongside the Valiant, going to get the win. LaBarber's 004 green. Finger must have slipped off the button or something. 702 on the 681 for LaBarber's had Luis Ortiz covered by a bunch, as Luis was 131 on the green light start. Steve kind of got a little silly down there and snugged it up to fourth out at the finish line. Steve LaBarber will move forward. Steve Moss and Chris Hall. Steve in the altered at Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Alongside Chris Hall. Chris in the 69 Nova making the tow down from Brigham City, Utah. Chris, 585. Displayed down there on the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. Steve Moss, 577. Down on that National Auto Collision Center scoreboard. As we are nearing the end of round number 2. The Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race. Here on Thursday, the K&N Southwest Showdown. Chris Hall red by 17 foul. Steve Moss is 111 green. And good enough. 580 there for Steve. Back in round number 3, Chris Hall will be a second round runner-up. It's Paul Polito and George Maddock. I believe this is final pair in pro. Final pair, round number 2 in pro eliminator right here on the starting line. Round number 2, Super Pro door car will be next around the corner. So Paul Polito in the Vega out of Tucson, Arizona, 614 is the dial. George Maddock, 671 for the runner out of Henderson, Nevada. Paul, George. Only missing a John and a Ringo, and we'd have all 4 of the Beatles. But Paul Polito going to get the win. 27 green, 617-0 on the 614 is good. Final call, Super Pro door car. All Super Pro door car. We need you in the lanes, please. Super Pro door car. We need you in the lanes, please. George Maddock, after being 53 green, was 2 above and no good. Still a couple hun behind of the stripe. It's Paul Polito. We'll close out round number 2 of Pro Eliminator with the win. C.W. Hofer and Shane Thompson going to start us off in Super Pro door car. Shane, part of Team Silver State Refrigeration. And Henderson, Nevada. That's a gorgeous 67 Nova for Shane. 508 is the dial for Shane. 760 for C.W. Hofer. We don't want to talk about what happened in Pro with C.W. Hofer off and away. Shane Thompson off and away. CW a little bit better on the starting line off of the bottom, and CW Hofer completely freezes out Shane Thompson. 12 green, dead 6 for CW. That makes 18 total. Shane Thompson was 22 green, dead on 6. and had no shot. CW, real good on both ends right there to get the win. Joe Kidd Jr. and Race Kid. Race out of Boise, Idaho. Kid Performance and Dyno leaving second. An absolute coin toss on the starting line. 1/1000 the difference. Joe Kidd Jr., Race Kid by 1/1000 of a second going to get the win. 583 on the 580 was 28 green. Joe Kidd Jr. 29 green and 3 above. 1/1000 going to be the margin of victory there for Race Kid, and that was the difference on the starting line. Daryl Nance and Eric Jakewith. I need Super Pro Door Car final call. Super Pro Door Car final call. First call, Super Pro Dragster double entry. Need you in 2 and 4, please. Super Pro Dragster double entry 2 and 4. Super Pro single entry Dragster in 6 and 8. Once again, Dragster double entry 2 and 4. Dragster single entry in 6 and 8. Eric Jake with red by 5,000. Daryl Nance already picking up the win. 21 green, 6075 on the 608. Is Daryl Nance. We'll come back in round number 3. It's Cody Robinson and Scott Sturm. Cody out of Cottonwood, Arizona, the Camaro. White on blue machine, 652 the dial. He will be doing the chasing. Scott Sturm, the 64 Nova out of Tucson. 658 the dial for S squared. Separate them on the starting line. Cody and Scott give it to Cody Robinson. 31 green and 3 above. 5,000 in front at the finish line. Scott Sturm was 36 green, 3 above, and 5,000 behind at the finish line. It's funny how that works out. One driver's 5,000 in front of the finish line, the other's 5,000 behind. That is some weird, wild stuff. Ken Suio and Peabody. Daniel McClelland. For Team Tuna Tank, Rancho Cucamonga in the Roadster, Ken Suio. That guy's prime time in that Capri out of Oregon City, Oregon. It's kind of a been there, won that kind of a racer. Suio has Daniel McClelland dominated on the starting line and on the racetrack. Wow, Ken Suio, that's just filthy. 13 green, dead 1. 14 total. Daniel McClelland was 86 green, and, well, he was just wasting space. And unnecessary wear and tear on the valve train. Sammy Franco III and Judd Shoup. Shoup, red light start by 6,000. Sammy Franco, 3 sticks, is going to get the win. 604 on the 605. Was 53,000 on the starting line. Sammy Franco III moving around number 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, the fuel shed is going to close in about 20 minutes. Fuel shed is going to close in about 20 minutes. So if you need fuel, all my door cars should be in the lanes. Scott Hess and Dan Bain. Scott out of Surprise, Arizona, the 66 Nova, 564 the dial. Dan Bain, Lake Havasu City. And the 69 Camaro for Mr. Bain. 10 green for Bain. 18 green for Scott Hess, and Scott Hess is going to be our winner. 566 on the 564 was out in front by 3,000 at the finish line. Scott Hess will move on. Dan Bain, 10 green, 3 above, and no good. Vic Spitali, and Jonathan Fiello. Fiello for Team K&N Ukaipa, that 67 Camaro Roadster, is going to get the win. 18 green, 526-1 on the 525. The combination works out well for Jonathan. Vic Spitali is 34 green, breaks out by 15 thou, but had no shot to get there with those combination of numbers. And Jonathan's combination of numbers is Mark Lalonde and Mike McBrayer. Lalonde out of Cottonwood, the red 88 Camaro, 557 is the dial. Mike McBrayer out of Goodyear, Arizona, for Team Pennzoil in the Tomato, or Tomato. Lalonde better on the starting line and going to get the win. 003 for Mark Lalonde, 559 on the 557. Mike McBrayer was 31 green and under by 11 thou. And there was nothing Mike could have done to move the win light over in his lane. It's Jeremy Jacobs and Emma Duschel. Jeremy out of Whitman, Arizona. I love that Savoy. Just how it sits. It just pegs the rad meter. Emma Duschel. 63 split window Corvette out of Palmdale. 599 the dial for Emma. 585 the dial for Jeremy Jacobs. Jacobs, Duschel, Jeremy Jacobs. That Savoy going to be back in round number 3. 27 green, dead on 6 is good enough. Emma was locked out. Jeremy Jacobs, 27 green, dead on 6. Let's see, 27 plus 6, 33. 33 total. Emma's 41. See, like, math is hard. Numbers are hard. Emma's dead on 2 and was completely froze out. Jason O'Terry and Nick Jonoff. Jason out of Norco, the Firebird, 709 the dial. 655 the dial for Nick Jonoff. The 73 Camaro over the American walk-in cooler side. Oh, Nick Jonoff rolled through the starting line. Jason O'Terry going to get the win. Ryan Mangus, Robert Neighbor. Mangus in the Nova, out of Colton, California, 686 the dial. Neighbor, out of Mira Loma. Crew Chief Extraordinaire, Chad Neighbor. Chad Neighbor's Trailer Tipping Services. A sponsor on Neighbor's Machine. Mangus, red by 7,000. Neighbor going to get a free look at 505. He looks at 505.9. Chad Neighbor just proving once again. Proves what a great crew chief he is. 505 on the car, 509, 505.9 there on the racetrack. Again, all of our racers, help us out a little bit, please. The track lights are on, And that is your official signal that your tail light needs to be on. Again, track lights are on, means tail lights need to be on. Super Pro. Dragster should be in the lanes. If you're double entered, still need you in 2 and 4. 6 and 8 for my single entry. And I believe our last of our door cars is there on the starting line. It's Don Toya. Alongside Thomas Bear. Bear for Team Lucas Oil at Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. 476 is the dial. Don Toya for Don's Hot Rod Shop. And that 34 Roadster, 524 is the dial for Don. This is a real good matchup here in round number 2. Toya misses the tree a little bit. Bear up alongside, and the dragster going to get the win. 13 green for Bear, 478 on the 476. Don Toya, 38 green, 525.3 on the 524. Over by a Hun, and no good. Thomas Bear is going to move on. That's Dustin Wurtz and Lane Desper. Dustin out of Napa, Idaho, that gorgeous Miller prepared dragster. For Dusty Buckets, 452 the dial for Wurtz. 515 for Lane Desper out of Lake Havasu City. We are in. We are away. Lane Desper. Same thing happened round number 1. Wurtz gets out of the gas. Dustin Wurtz. Perfect on the starting line. And that was 1 thou away from catastrophe. Dustin Wurtz perfect on the tree. Gets off the gas early. 462, 129 there for Dustin. Lane Desper. They're going to go back to the pit area, and they're going to scratch their heads, and they're going to figure out what happened, because the same thing, both first round and second round. And almost got away with it both times. I mean, Wurtz is just 1 thou away from being red. But he was perfect and good. Dustin Wurtz, come back around for round number 3. Craig Hicks and Joe Glenwaller. Craig out of North Las Vegas, 478 the dial in for Hicksy. 444 the dial for Joe Glenwaller out of Poway, California. So Joe, right side. Hollywood, left side. Hicks off and away. Here comes Joe Glenwaller. Hicks, just nasty. 008 for Greg, dead on 4, 12 total. Joe Glenwaller was on a 153-mile-an-hour casualty stroll down the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. He had no chance. Hollywood just dirty. Useful. There for Greg Hicks. 12 total. Victor Playa. Gary Youngblood. Victor out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. 530 the dial. Youngblood out of Pueblo West, Colorado. The winged dragster, the American walk-in cooler side. 482 the dial. And the win to Gary Youngblood. 25 green, 3 above is good. Victor Playa got to the finish line first by 29 thou. Breaks it out by 9 thou. Needed to be 19 or snugger. As Victor was snug, needed to be much more snugger. So Gary Youngblood will be back in round number 3 as Lance Parker and Leroy Duran. Lance out of Roy, Utah. The race tag dragster there for Team Parker. Leroy Duran and Paul Lorton's dragster. Leroy out of Sun City, Arizona. 518 on the board. 484 the dial in for Lance. .009 leaves second as Lance Parker going to get the win. 003 green for Lance. 485.6 on the 484 is good enough. Leroy Duran is 009 and under by a couple of hun. Lance Parker 003 and 1 above is good. It was Brian Weber and Larry Richardson. Weber out of Maricopa. Dragster over on the National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack. 493 is the dial. Larry Richardson out of Colorado. 488 for that white dragster. The American walk-in cooler side. Larry missed the tree. Brian Weber in full control and going to get the win. 495 on the 93 for Weber. 127 miles an hour. Richardson's dead on 9, but was 72 on the tree. Brian Weber will press forward. Jared Earkamp and Chris Northup. Funny car Chris for team Guess Who. 524 the dial for Mr. Northup. 481 for Mr. Learkamp. Northup is 008 and breaks out. 521 on the 524 as Jared Learkamp got down there and parked it. 19 green, 2 above. As Jared Learkamp sent Funny Car Chris through. Just took a big old stripe down there. Northup going to bow out in round number 2. Jared Learkamp come back for round number 3. Lloyd Salveson and Kelly White. Lloyd out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico. For Rich Ford. Quick Lane Tire and Auto Center. And Kelly White out of Chandler, Arizona. From right up the road there yonder, 485 the dial for Kelly. Lloyd's got 503 on his dragster. 9 thou the difference on the start. And Kelly White going to get the win. 10 green, 487 on the 485. Lloyd Salveson 19 green and under by 2 thousandths of a second. Was out in front 16 thou at the finish line. Needed to be in front by 13 thou to move that win light over on his side of the racetrack. Did not do so. It's Kevin Johnson and Morgan Rose. Kevin out of Draper, Utah. 506 the dial for Kevin. The dragster here in the left lane, Sans Wing. Morgan Rose out of Henderson, Nevada for Team Silver State Refrigeration. The dragster with the wing. If you're looking at the two cars on the bank shift feed. Appreciate Chad Reynolds and his great work on bank shift throughout the year. And of course here this weekend. The K&N Southwest Showdown. Red light start for Kevin Johnson. By 10th out, Morgan's 13 green, 465 on the 466 for Morgan. After Kevin was red, he's one above 507 on the 506. But it was all academic as turning that big old ugly red light right off the bat. It was Blue Hayball and Chuck Babcock. Blue out of Fort Hall, Idaho, 506 is the dial for Blue. Chuck out of Yorba Linda, the dragster for Chuckles, 515 is the dial in for Mr. Babcock. Hayball out in front and going to get the win. 16 green, 2 above for Blue. 508-1 on the 506. Babcock was 57 green and absolutely locked out. Raymond Harshbarger, Mike Zimmerman. Raymond, Waterloo, Montana. 505 the dial, Zimmerman 507 on the board there for the runner out of Phoenix. Raymond Harshbarger. That was all sorts of shenanigans and tomfoolery. Harshbarger never got staged, brought it up on the converter and let her rip. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, test and tune. If you were eliminated in round 1 or 2 and you'd like to make another rip, you're more than welcome to come up in the lanes, please. 2 and 4, please, test and tune. Lanes 2 and 4, please, test and tune. Lanes 2 and 4, Pat Marbach and Tim Olmore. Pat Marbach, Bismarck, North Dakota, little shorty American pipe rack. And Tim Olmore is big green, and Pat Marbach is going to get the win. 518 on the 517. Tim Olmore's had a trouble-plagued weekend mechanically with all 3 of the cars on property. Marbach going to get the win. Tim Olmore not good enough here in round number 2. Once again, test and tune cars. Test and tune. If you were defeated in round number 1 or round number 2 and you'd like to make another rip, more than welcome to come up in the lanes, please. We're going to use lane 2 and 4, please. Test and tune up in the lanes 2 and 4. 2 is the left lane, 4 is the right lane. This is Val Torres Jr. and Alexis Thompson. Val Jr. out of Chino, California. The TNT Supercar 476 is the dial. Alexis Thompson, Henderson, Nevada. For Team Silver State 465. There for Alexis. Alexis. Val, rip, and a rip down there. Val Torres Jr. going to get the win. 479 on the 476. Alexis Thompson, a couple of tenths off the pace. Down 465 goes 485. Val a little bit better on the starting line by 7th thou and had Alexis covered down there at top. Debbie Dolezal and Trey Vetter. So Debbie Dolezal, 495 is the number. Trey Vetter, 469 for the youngster out of Henderson, Nevada. Trey, rip down there. Just dirty. Trey Vetter, 009, dead 3, 12 total. Debbie Dolezal's 24th out on the green light start and just in the way. It's Trey Vetter, 12 total. That's pretty sporty. Greg Hicks is back there in the pit area, like 12 total. I spit on 12 total. Carl Canavo and Tyler Murrup. Carl out of Las Vegas, Nevada, the Pizza Man. Tyler Murrup, Jordan Moore Motorsports. Out of Sandy, Utah, 499 on each side of the racetrack. All right, attention to the pits. Parks call. Chevrolet 12-bolt rear end. Need a rear gear. Chevrolet 12-volt rear end. Rear gear. Luis Valenzuela. Gorgeous Copper Nova. Back over kind of by the restroom area. Love to talk to you. Tyler Murrup is red by 10th thou. Carl Canavo is 102 green. Wow, Tyler Myrup's gonna need a friend. Tyler, after being red by 10th thou, 4990 on the 499. Red, dead 0. Carl Canavo's 102 in the other lane. Ouch. Dustin Henches and Mark Lalonde. Dustin out of Olympia, Washington for Team Left Coast. Mark Lalonde out of Cottonwood, Arizona, the yellow dragster. The American walk-in cooler side of the track, 526 is the dial-in for Mark Lalonde. All right, so Mark Lalonde got dialing straightened out. 528 is the number for Mark. Dustin, left side. Mark, right side. Tree. Red light start for Henches by 1 bleeping thou. Mark Lalonde's 002 green. 524.9 on the 528. Henches, red by 1 thou and 489. Had 491 on the car. Ooh. This is delectable. Chandler Mazier, race kid. Chandler out of Escondido for Mazier Enterprises, 507. The dial for young Chandler. And race kid. Boise, Idaho, Kid Performance and Dyno, 479. Both of these young men are extremely talented at the wheel of a race car. Race is going to be doing the chasing. Chandler, the dragster with the wing, or the National Auto Collision Center side, he'll be looking to the right. Race kid will be looking to the left. Top bulb, away and away. Race, 8th thou better on the starting line, and is going to get the win on a double breakout. Race kid, 477.9 on the 477, under by 11th thou. Chandler Mazier, 19th thou, under 8th thou, going to be your margin of victory for Race Kid, taking out Chandler Mazier. And a pretty good one here in round number 2, late in Super Pro Dragster. It's Nick Cobb and Val Torres Sr. Nick was the Jegs All-Star rep in Super Comp Division 7 last year. Nick out of Lake Elsinore for Renegade Race Fuels and Mickey Thompson Tires. Val Torres Sr. I mean, he's okay. The guy only finished number 5 in the world in Super Comp last year. Both of these young men, always a threat to go late in any race. Nick Cobb, red by 9th thou. Val Sr., 14 green, and off the gas early, going 489. After Nick Cobb was red by 9th thou, of course, dead on the number. 481.9 on the 481 for Nick Cobb. He's going to bow out here in round number 2 with that ugly, nasty, just stinky, putrid red light by 9th thou. It's Thomas Bear and Gabriel Torres. This is another real good matchup. G Money out of Valinda. 467 is the dial. Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing and Team Lucas Oil for Mr. Bear. 497 is the dial-in for Bear. This might get potentially amusing on the starting line. Gabe is a guy who really likes to go in last. Bear took his time. Fully stages first. Gabe follows. 4th thou the difference on the starting line. Bear, Torres, Thomas Bear, 18 green, dead on 1 is 19 total. Gabe Torres was 22 on the starting line and had no opportunity. Thomas Bear packages up Gabe Torres and sends him away here in round number 2. It's Robert Neighbor and Dustin Wurtz. Robert Neighbor, Dustin Wurtz. Neighbor left side, Dustin Wurtz right side. Dustin Wurtz going to get the win as Neighbor breaks out. Neighbor was better on the starting line. 007. Dustin Wurtz, after being perfect earlier in the round, was 20 green. 454.2 on the 453 for Dustin. Neighbor breaks out by 4th thou, was 29th thou in front at the finish line. This is Dustin. At 149 miles an hour, might have had a little brake pedal there. It's Angelo Sanchez and Greg Hicks. Sanchez, Albuquerque, New Mexico in the Nova, 551 is the dial. Hollywood, after being like 8 total earlier in the round. In the drag strut of North Las Vegas, Nevada. This is entry number 2. 474 the dial-in. Staged. Away. Both drivers pretty good on the starting line. But Hicks, again, 14 total, is going to get the win. 14 total. That's weak. Hicks, 007, dead 7. Angelo Sanchez was 12 green. He needed to be like dead 1 and was only dead 4. 2th thou going to be the margin of victory for Hollywood. What ended up being a pretty good race. There to close out round number 2 of Super Pro. Little track prep going on right now. Little spray. We have our test and tune cars in lanes 2 and 4 before we move into round number 3 in Pro Eliminator. And our test and tune cars will be the next thing around the corner. So a little attention being paid to the Tucson Dragway racing surface. Next thing on track will be test and tune cars. So again, if you purchase test and tune today and were eliminated in round number 1 or 2 and you'd like to make another rip or two, more than welcome to come up in the staging lanes at this time, please, 2 and 4. Work our way through our 2021 stimulus race, brought to you by Silver State Refrigeration, part of our K&N Southwest Showdown here at Tucson Dragway. Tomorrow will be Lucas Oil Products Friday, on track at 8 o'clock in the morning. So we moving into our test and tune cars. That's Bailey Neighbor. All right, test and tune cars, test to tune. If you'd like to come up, lanes 2 and 4, please. Again, those that are watching the coverage live on Bank Shift, we've completed 2 rounds in Pro, Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Dragster. Any of our machines that participated in test and tune today that were part of the stimulus race that got bounced in round number 1 or 2, if they wanted to make a run, we gave them the opportunity to come back in the lanes and do so, to give our competitors that are still in just a little bit more time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all pro cars. Round number 3, get you 6 and 8, please. Pro. Round number 3, get you 6 and 8, please. 6 and 8 pro. Round number 3 is get you in the lanes, please. All right, pro eliminator, round number 3. Let's get you all in the lanes, please. Pro, round 3. Get you in the lanes, please. Lane 6 and 8, please, for round number 3. Pro, 6 and 8, please. Pro eliminator, round number 3. Let's get you in the lanes, please. There's 25 of you. 25 left in pro. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. 25 left in pro eliminators. Get you up in lanes 6 and 8, if you would, please. Again, pro 6 and 8, please. Pro 6 and 8. First call, Super Pro door car. First call, Super Pro door car 2 and 4, please. Super Pro door car 2 and 4. Super Pro door car 2 and 4. So we've called Pro Eliminator round number 3 into the lanes. There's 25 cars left. Super Pro door cars 2 and 4, please. Super Pro door car lanes 2 and 4. We're whittling. We are whittling the field. We're whittling the field. We're trimming the field. Yes, Matt DeYoung. All right, so Pro, I know you guys are all headed up this way, please. 6 and 8, Super Pro door car, get you up in 2 and 4, please. After this round, those of you that have been eliminated, we do believe there will be opportunity a little bit later for additional test and tune runs. We'll keep you posted, but if you would like to make another rip at the track, we should be able to accommodate. But we'll let you know when that is. So just be ready. All right, round number 3, Pro Eliminator. We're going to go from 25 to 13. Paul Polito, Phil Loader. Again, Super Pro door cards. Get you up in 2 and 4, please. Paul Polito, Tucson, Arizona, in the Vegas. 615 is the dial. There for the Vegasaurus, Paul Polito, Phil Loader. The 68 Camaro out of Carlsbad, New Mexico. Pro Eliminator off the bottom. 640 the dial in for Phil. Green and green. Phil and Paul. Paul and Phil. Paul Polito on the breakout is going to get the win. 618 on the 615. Phil Loader a little bit better on the starting line. 32 green. Paul Polito's 53 green light effort. But Phil got down there and just freight trained 640. 635 for Phil, under by a 5 hun. Paul Polito. Come back for round number 4. It's Tim Argwald. Leroy Duran. Tim out of Coachella. 67 Camaro. It's a bad dude over there. Leroy Duran. Sun City, Arizona. The big super stock Challenger. 608 is the dial for Leroy. Red light start for Leroy by 72 thou. Tim Argwald, 763.5 on the 763. Was 45 thou on the green light start. Tim Argwald take that Camaro into round number 4. As Brandon Umberger and Mark Zaffran. Brandon out of Grand Junction, Colorado. Legal Addiction Racing, the Jelly Bean. Stunning development to see Umberger lingering in the late rounds. Said nobody ever. Mark Zaffran, Casa Grande, Arizona. That red 68 Firebird, 726 the dial for Mark. Umberger going to be doing the chasing and going to be doing the winning. Mark Zaffran is red by 60 thou. Just pushed the tree a little too hard. It's Umberger 16 green and under by 3, which is right where he wants to be. Zaffron, 729 on the 726, but it was all over right down there. This is read by 60s, Brian Johnston and Rick Reynolds. Just love Rick Reynolds for Fairlane, 66 model. San Diego, 599 is the dial. I think the only thing that might make Rick Reynolds Fairlane cooler is if it did about a 2-foot wheel stand out to about 100 feet. I mean, that would be cool. Brian Johnston in the Corvette in full control as Reynolds was dead late. Brian Johnston, 19 green. Rick Reynolds was a $173 green. Brian Johnson, a pretty easy one there in the Corvette out of Tucson. To move into round number 4 is Ricky Duschel and Victor Sandoval. Ricky in the 69 Camaro, white on black scheme for the run out of Palmdale, California. 623 on the board. Victor Sandoval. All right, final call, Super Pro door car. Final call, Super Pro door car. If you are not in the lanes, you are way tardy. Victor Sandoval, Tucson, Arizona, the Camaro. 84 model year for Victor. Ricky, couple of Honda advantage on the starting line. They're going to get the win on a double breakout. Ricky Duschel, 622.0 on the 623. Victor Sandoval, dialed 573, was 571 with a 3. 7th out going to be your margin of victory there for Ricky Duschel. Jeff Safranek. Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan for Team K&N out of Yucaipa. Just that super clean 67 Chevelle for Jonathan. Jeff Safranek out of Phoenix, Arizona. The Jeff man, the 65 Mustang. In Super Pro door car, final call. Rip down there. Jonathan Fiello going to get the win. 645.5 on a double breakout. Safranek under by 12 thou. The more worser of the offenders on that double breakout. Jonathan Fiello under by 5 thou. Going to get the win, that Chevelle. We'll be back in round number 4. Pro Eliminator category. Marvin Wolfmeyer, Joe Accardo. All right, Super Pro Dragster, get your lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster, if you are still double entered, Super Pro Dragster, I want you up in lane number 5. Lane number 5, Super Pro Dragster, double enter, lane 5. Get you up there quick. The rest of my Super Pro Dragsters need you in 6 and 8, please. Super Pro Dragster, 6 and 8. Marvin Wolfmeyer, gonna pick up the win. 702 on the 701 was 62 green. Joe Accardo was 23 green, was better on the start by 400 to the second, and then goes 717 off the number of 709. It's Joe Kidd and Baron Barler. Joe out of Marana. Single cab 97 S10, 630 is the dial. Baron Barler out of Peoria, Arizona. The Chevelle 662. The dial for Baron. Baron, Joe Kidd, dead on 5, will advance. 31 green, dead 5 for Joe. That's 36 total. Baron's 46 on the tree and was on 102 mile an hour casual stroll down Tucson Dragway. Curtis Zinzalita and Kim Zimmerman. Now this is relatively unusual. There's not a lot of times in drag racing when you have two competitors with last names starting with Z side by side. Curtis Zinzalita, Flagstaff, Arizona, the big 68 Roadrunner. Kim Zimmerman, Phoenix, Arizona, that big 71 Thunderbird. Combined weight of those two cars is like 14,000 pounds. Okay, look, I know it's not really 14,000 pounds, but it's a lot. Kim Zimmerman going to get the win, 11 on the starting line and 1 above. 624 on the 623. Curtis Zinzalita was 28 green and dead 2 and was 5 thou short. Kim Zimmerman in that Thunderbird puts Mr. Zinzalita on the trailer here in round number 3. Kyle Fritz and Ryan Mangus. Fritz out of Mesa. And Super Pro Dragster, need you in 6 and 8, please. Super Pro Dragster, 6 and 8. If you are still double entered, get you in lane 5, please. Double entered, lane 5. Ryan Mangus, Colton, California, in the 71 Nova. There for Rai Rai. Red light start for Mangus by 5 thou. Kyle Fritz will move in around number 4 in Pro Eliminator, 678.0 on the 679. Mangus, red by 5 and done. Remy Reynolds and Howard DeVore. Remy in the Pinto, 590 on the dial. Howard DeVore, 69 Nova out of Flagstaff, 678. The dial for Mr. DeVore. 2 thou. The difference on the starting line. Remy gonna come up short. It's Howard DeVore, 24 green and 1 above to get the win. Remy at 590 on that Pinto, goes 594.0. That'll be done in round number 3. Steve Moss and Steve LaBarber. We are all Steves all the time. Well, at least in this round anyway. Well, not even this round, in this pair of this round. Just need a little accuracy. Steve Moss, Rio Rancho, New Mexico, in the altered. Steve LaBarber out of Oak Hills, California, the low slung 72 black on red Chevelle. 701 for LaBarber. 579 for Steve Moss. Barber going to be leaving first. Is away. LaBarber is red by 29 thou. Steve Moss is 34 green and goes 578 with a 1. LaBarber's dead 9, but it was all over at the starting line. 29 red there for Steve Moss, and that altered. We'll come back around for round number 4, and I believe all we have left is our Pro Eliminator single. I believe. pro single to close out the round. So we had 25 pro eliminator competitors in round number 3, which means 12 pair and a single. We have ran 12 pair. This is our single. Stan Hammond, Artesia, New Mexico. A little 64 Nova. Small block Chevrolet power for Stan's got 646 and a free data acquisition run here in round number 3. Let's get that 100 reaction time out of the way on the solo. 648 for Stan, missing the tree. At 104 miles an hour for Stan Hammond. We'll close up round number 3 in pro. Round number 3 Super Pro door car will be next up. 33 total Super Pro cars remaining. That is door car plus dragster. All right, Super Pro door car. Jason O'Terry, race kid, going to start us off. Jason out of Norco, the Firebird, 709 the dial, 580 on the board for race kid out of Boise. The kid performance, 67 Nova. Just shy of a full tree, going to be the head start for Jason. Foul, the difference on the starting line. Race, Jason O'Terry, dead on 0. 729.0 on the 709 for Jason O'Terry. Jason was 26 green. Race Kid was 28 green and 2 thou 2 quick. But Jason O'Terry had Race Kid locked out. Cody Robinson and Robert Neighbor. Neighbor in the Super Gas Corvette Roadster over there. In the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack out of Miraloma, 505 the dial for Robert. Crew Chief, Chad Neighbor. Chad Neighbor's Trailer Tipping Services, new sponsor on the Neighbor team this weekend. Cody Robinson out of Cottonwood, Arizona, 647 the dial for Cody. The white on blue 70 Camaro. Neighbor, 007. Robinson, 29 green. Neighbor going to get the win. 510 on the 505. 137 on the speed there for Neighbor. Was 007 on the starting line. Cody Robinson got to the finish line first by 48 hundredths of a second. Sorry, 48 thou. Excuse me, breaking out by 13 thou. It's Daryl Nance, Jonathan Fiello. Daryl in the Mustang, 77 model year out of Mesa, 607 is the dial. Jonathan Fiello for Team K&N out of Yucaipa, California, the 67 Corvette Roadster. Jonathan 6 thou the difference on the starting line, and Jonathan Fiello will move on. 5:28 on the 5:24. Daryl Nance, a little bit better on the starting line by 6 thou. Go 6:14 on the 6:07. So Ken Sweo and C.W. Hofer. This is like A+ here, C.W. 760 on the dial for C.W. Ken Sweo out of Oregon City, Oregon in the Capri as Hofer turns it red by 47 thou off the bottom. Ken Sweo just keeps on keeping on. Wow, dead zero for Sweo. That's a shock, said nobody ever. 26 green for Ken, 587.0 on the 587. Sammy Franco III and Mark Lalonde. Sammy, the 67 Camaro by Anthony, New Mexico. And Mark Lalonde, the 88 Camaro out of Cottonwood, Arizona, 557. Franco, Lalonde, Sammy Franco III, 12 green, 1 above is good. Mark Lalonde was 43 green and no chance. Jeremy Jacobs and Scott Hess. I love, like, I'm talking like heart emoji, like Jeremy Jacobs Savoy. But I think this is going to be the last time I'm going to see Jeremy Jacobs tonight. Scott Hess in the Nova 003, 568 on the 566. We'll take out Jeremy Jacobs. Jacobs was 46 green and had no chance. Dustin Wurtz. And Morgan Rose. Dustin, Napa, Idaho, making the long toe down. Morgan's toe was a little bit shorter, Henderson, Nevada. For Team Silver State Refrigeration, 465 for Morgan. Dustin, 452 the number. .004 leaves second as Morgan Rose. 001 green, 466 on the 465 for Morgan is going to get it done. Tightened it up to 3 thou at the finish line. Dustin Wurtz was 004, left second, 453 on the 452. So Brian Weber, Thomas Bear. Bear right side, Brian Weber left side. Bear gonna break out by a thou. Takes 4th out the stripe. Brian Weber, 23 green, dead 1 is good enough to put Thomas Bear out here in round number 3. Greg Hicks, Gary Youngblood. Hollywood out of North Las Vegas, 477 the dial. Gary Youngblood, Pueblo West, Colorado, 484 the number.
Greg Hicks getting the win on that one, 478 on a 77 dial. Next up, we got Lance Parker out of Roy, Utah. 2019 race tech. We got Mike Zimmerman. Mike Zimmerman out of Phoenix, dial to 507. Head start going to Mike. Lance Parker going to do some chasing here, dial to 485. Dragster here, left side. So pre-stage on for both drivers, Mike Zimmerman and Lance Parker. Staged and ready, here we go. Ooh, that one's gonna sting a little bit for Mike. 001 red. 009 win there for Lance Parker, who goes 483, legging it out on that 485. So Parker moving into the next round. Zimmerman's gonna go lick his wound and drown those sorrows into a nice frosty beverage. Or not. Orange juice. a nice bottle of water. Kelly White backing up the burnout there in the right lane. 486 dial, 494. Carl Canava. There's a guy who's been some rounds in his life on. 2011 Yancer. I think since I started announcing back in 2010. Maybe, no, 2008. I've said that name, Carl Canavo, multiple times. And here he is again. Round number 3 here at Super Pro. 582 in between the rails there for Carl. 585 there for Kelly White out of Chandler, Arizona. Had a chance to stay in a Walmart parking lot there last night on my way into town. Chandler's a beautiful town. Whataburger and all. Staged and ready. Here we go. Actually, we stayed in Goodyear, which is like a suburb of Phoenix. 003 red for Kelly. It's an 073 win light there for Carl, who legs it on out. 493, 2 under by 8th out, but he got the win to the red light. Next pair of dragsters backing up here. Super Pro dragsters. Trey Vetter, Henderson, Nevada, and Val Torres Jr. I used to clean Val's pool before he moved. Now I got the new customer. Super Pro in the lanes. Move up. Trey Vetter down to 467. Val going to get a little bit of a head start. 476 dragster there out of Chino. And Trey, 2016 Race Tech. Stage, here we go. Wow. That Trey is going to put it in the box a little sooner than he'd like, but look at Val Torres. 015, dead 8. Whew. He even took 3 to play with. Trey Vetter, dead late, 066, when the guy next to you is 015. Oof. That hurts. 466. All right, attention to the pitch. Greg Hicks, back to the lanes, please. Greg Hicks, back to the lanes. So Mark Lalonde and Pat Marbach. Bismarck, North Dakota. 2020 American short chassis. Look at that. Red light by 4th thou, win light by 14 for Mark Lalonde and Cottonwood. 99 Yancer legs it on out, 525 and that 526, and a good pass for Mark Lalonde. 004 red though for Pat Marbach. All right, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Pro round 4 to lane 6 and lane number 8. Pro round 4, I get to spectate this one. Pro round 4, lane 6 and 8. Back to the lanes, please. Pro winners to lanes number 4 and 6. Pour some more salt on the wound, Mike. That just hurts. I thought we were friends. So it looks like that was the final pair here in Super Pro Dragster. Nope. 5 more pair. All right.
See, that's what makes it fun when, like, there's multiple people in other cars. So we've been saying it was Morgan. It's really Shane Thompson in the blue dragster. Yes.
Nobody's getting, there's not another LaBarbera here.
That's right. Yes. Thank heavens. Thank heavens.
I mean, there's more LaBarberas here. My wife, she doesn't claim it. But she's here and then.
I mean, can you, like, yeah.
I don't blame her at all. She puts up with so funny.
Oh,
Like Jack deserves a parade.
Hey, gang, thank you for tuning in and staying with us here this evening for the very first race of our Southwest Showdown weekend, the 2021 8K to Win It stimulus race. After this round of Super Pro, we should have somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 cars total left, 30 something. 17 and 17, 34 cars. I believe we should have 34 cars. No, sorry. 13 and 17, so 30 cars. We should have 30 cars. And so if we rock and roll through there now, as a reminder, when it gets down to one car in Pro, they then get thrown into the Super Pro mix. That's how this works. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting as we go rounds here, but we've got a few more rounds left. It is 8 o'clock here local time, and we'll see what happens. But a lot of great drag racing left right here live, bangshift.com. Thanks for tuning in.
hay ball. 10 green, 1 above. 507.8 for blue. Going to get the win. 483. Jared Aircamp was 34 green. And not good. Race kid, Val Torres Sr. Race out of Boise, Idaho for Kid Performance and Dyno 478 alongside Val Torres Sr. Val, who finished number 5 in the world in Super Comp last year for Val Torres Construction out of Valinda. TNT Supercar on each side of the racetrack. Race got bounced in the door car. Race gives up 6th thou to Val on the starting line, but Race does a better job down there at the finish line. 478.9 on the 478 for Race. Val Torres was a victim of a race kid park job. As Val goes 472 on the 474. Race kid 478 at just 133 miles an hour as Race put it in reverse and sent Val Torres on through. Race kid. Thomas Bear and Greg Hicks. Thomas for Team Lucas Oil, Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing, and Greg Hicks, Hollywood out of North Las Vegas, Nevada, 477. The dial for Mr. Hicks, Bear, Cherry Valley, California. Identical reaction times for Bear and Hicks. Bear bounces Hicks. 496.9 on the 496. Hollywood breaks out by 9th thou, taking 18th thou at the stripe. Bear just 134 miles an hour. Hicks tried to get behind. Wasn't able to do so. As Dustin Wurtz, our single. Wurtz was defeated earlier in the round as he was still in 2 times in this car, as you're allowed to double enter. Dustin out of Napa, Idaho. Wurtz 007 on the green light start, 451.7 at 152 on the mile an hour. Again, Pro Eliminator, round 4, get you up in the lanes, please. If you're not there, should be 13 of you. Get you up in the lanes, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, test and tune, lanes number 2 and 4, please. Test and tune, need you up in the lanes, please, 2 and 4. If you have been bounced and bought a test and tune ticket today, and you are no longer in competition, if you'd like to come up in lanes 2 and 4, please, 2 and 4. All right, test and tune again is available, lanes 2 and 4. Test and tune, lanes 2 and 4, please. Daniel McClelland, lanes 2 and 4. And test and tune up in lanes 2 and 4, please. All right, so while it's quiet, the word of Chris Forsyth has just come down. Everybody's been wondering about checking in for the Kid Performance and Dyno 50K shootout. Tomorrow morning, 7:45 a.m. Tomorrow morning, 7:45 a.m. at the West Coast Brag Race trailer. Check in, 7:45 for the 50K shootout. 7:45 in the morning, check in. Those that have been asking, that's what you got to do. Pro Eliminator, round 4. 13 are remaining. 7 are going to come back. Jonathan Fiello, Brian Johnston. Johnston, the 77 Corvette out of Tucson. Jonathan, 67 Chevelle, red car, silver car. Corvette Chevelle. Jonathan, Brian. Johnston, Fiello. 645, 615. Fiello looking over that left shoulder. Brian Johnson going to run out of real estate in the Corvette. Jonathan Fiello keeps on moving forward. 32 green, 649 on the 645. Brian Johnson picked a horrible time to be 118 on the starting line. 616 and was 5 hun shy at the stripe. Jonathan Fiello, who is in 2 cars, will have the opportunity to still be in 2 cars. It's Marvin Wolfmeyer and Stan Hammond. Marvin out of Vail. The 72 Chevy Vega wagon, 698. There for Marvin. 646 for Stan Hammond. Artesia, New Mexico, the 64 Nova. Green light for both competitors. Hammond is going to get the win on a double breakout. Stan Hammond, who in the last round on the single was 100 on the starting line, was much more gooder in round number 4. Trip, zip, perfect for Stan Hammond. And on a double breakout, going to get the win. 645, 8 under by 2 thou. Marvin Wolfmeyer, after being 49 green, was under by 4 hun. Stan Hammond, perfect on the starting line. Come back around for round number 5 in Pro Eliminator. Kyle Fritz and Kim Zimmerman. Kyle out of Mesa, Arizona. The Firebird left side. 678 is the dial. 623 the dial in for Kim Zimmerman. Big, heavy Thunderbird. Kim Zimmerman picked a horrible time to be $1.06 on the starting line. Kyle Fritz just crushes Kim Zimmerman. 16 green, 2 above. Kim Zimmerman, after 106 on the starting line, was 4 hun under the dial and was still second to the finish line. Brandon Umberger and Paul Polito. Umberger in the Chevette out of Grand Junction. 588 is the dial. Paul Polito, Tucson, Arizona. 77 model Vega, 617 the dial for Paul. Going to be leaving first. Umberger will be the chaser. Umberger 008 on the green light start, 590 on the 588. Mike Rice comes in the tower and I get all discombobulated. Paul Polito dialed 617, goes 616 with a 7, was 79 green, and Umberger is the kind of a racer that you can't give him 7 hun on the starting line and survive. It's Joe Kidd and Tim Argwald. Joe out of Marana, Arizona, the S10, 631 is the dial for Joe. Arnswald, the Camaro, 764 out of Coachella. Green and green, Joe and Tim. Joe Kidd, dead on 5, 631.5 on the 631. A little better on the starting line as well. 37 green to Arnswald's 46 green light start. As both competitors dead on the dial, but Joe just a little better and a little better. Super Pro door car, lane 6 and 8, please. Super Pro door car, 6 and 8, please. Super Pro door car, 6 and 8. Steve Moss and Howard DeVore. Steve out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico. 577 the dial. Red light start by 1 bleeping thou. Howard DeVore will be back around for round number next in pro. Flagstaff, Arizona, 50 green, 676 on the 679. But Steve Moss turns a red by 1 thou. As Ricky Duschel, Palmdale, California, white on black, 69 Camaro, sorry. That's like sacrilege. They call it 68 of 69 or 69 of 68. Like the penalty is death. Ricky, 69 Camaro. Wheels up there for Ricky, 003. Letting go. 622 on the 21 for Ricky Duschel. That was the last of round number 4 in Pro Eliminator. We have some test and tune cars mixed in as we get ready for the next round of Super Pro. Once again, test and tune cars, you're more than welcome to come up in lanes 2 and 4, please. Test and tune in lanes 2 and 4. Super Pro door car should be up in 6 and 8, please. Super Pro door car, 6 and 8. All right, Super Pro door car, you should all be in the lanes, please. Super Pro dragster, get up in 2 and 4. If you are still double entered, let's get you in lane 5, please. Super Pro door car, you should be in lane 6 and 8. Super Pro dragsters, get you headed up this way in 2 and 4. If you are double entered, get you in lane 5 if you would, please. All right, Super Pro Door Car, 6 and 8. Super Pro Dragster, 2 and 4. If you're still double entered, get up in lane 5, please. Super Pro Dragster. Lane 2 and 4, please. Super Pro Dragster. Lanes 2 and 4, please. All right, Super Pro, round number 4. Start off with the door cars. Robert Neighbor, Jason O'Terry. Robert, Neighbor Motorsports, out of Miraloma. 63 Corvette Roadster, Jason O'Terry out of Norco. In the state of California, the Firebird, 709 the dial for Jason. Neighbor, dead zero. 5040 on the 504 for Neighbor. 17 green, Jason O'Terry. 15 green, under by a thou, taking 3 thou at the stripe. Jason just needed another little whomp down there. Not even like a full whomp, just a whoop, or a little tappy tap. Neighbor advances. Sammy Franco the third, and Ken Sweo. Sammy Franco the third out of New Mexico. 67 Camaro 604 the dial. Ken Sweo coming down from Oregon City, Oregon in the Capri. Sweo. Dude's just good. Whoa, Ken Sweo. Got just a little bit out of the groove, and the car made a little move down there. Sammy Franco is going to get the win. 40 green. 610 on the 604. Sweo's 007. And 665 off the gas. Scott Hess and Jonathan Fiello. Scott Hess, Jonathan Fiello, Jonathan Team K&N out of Yucaipa, California, the Roadster. Gonna advance 002 on the green light start for Jonathan Fiello. Scott Hess, 16 red. Jonathan out the back, 522. All right, test and tune cars, 6 and 8. Lanes will be open. Test and tune, 6 and 8. If you'd like another rip, 6 and 8, if you would, please. We're going to have Lance Parker and Greg Hicks. Greg out of North Las Vegas for Team Silver State. Fig speed, 476, the dial for Mr. Hicks. Lance Parker, 484 the dial in for Lance. The Race Tech Dragster coming down from Roy, Utah. As we are here in the Silver State Refrigeration 2021 stimulus race. $8,000 in the pot. Seventh out of the difference on the starting line. Hicks a little bit better. And Greg Hicks going to get the win. 477 on the 476. Tightened it up to 7th out the stripe. Lance Parker, one above. 485.5 on the 484. Was 25 thou on the green light start. But the difference, as both were 15 thou over the dial, was that 7th thou difference at the starting line. Hicks, 18 green. Lance Parker, 25 green. As Hollywood moving to the next round is Blue Hayball and Brian Weber. Blue out of Fort Hull, Idaho. Rod Page's dragster. And Brian Weber out of Maricopa. The winged Race Tech dragster. 491 the dial for Brian. Again, test and tune cars, 6 and 8. As Hayball will advance. Brian Weber's red by 31 thou. Blue 503 on the 506, but it was all over on the starting line as Brian Weber's red by a bunch. Carl Canavo and Dustin Wurtz. Carl, the pizza man out of Las Vegas, Nevada, 492. There for Carl, 453 for Dustin Wurtz on the side of that Miller. Gorgeous prepared dragster. Out of Napa, Idaho. Again, test and tune. Test and tune. So Carl and Dustin. Going to move into round number next here in Super Pro. Dustin, big advantage on the starting line. Carl missed the tree, and Wurtz makes him pay. 456 on the 453, 17 green there for Dustin Wurtz. And 3 above. Carl's 53 thou on the starting line and was completely froze out. Race Kid, Thomas Bear. Race Kid, Thomas Bear. Race, gonna get the win. Hear the rip, rip, rip down there? 5 thou margin of victory for Race Kid. 22 green, dead 2. Beats 24 green, dead 5. That's just a good old drag race right there. This Race Kid, 5 thou in front of the finish line. Bear for Lucas Oil and Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing will be done. As Race Kid moves forward. Val Torres Jr. and Mark Lalonde. I believe we have one pair that's there on the starting line and our single. And that'll wrap up this round. Round number 4 in Super Pro Eliminator. 17 that round. We'll have 9 come back. Pro round 5, 7 of you. Get you in the lanes, please. Pro round 5. Get you up in the lanes, please. Val Torres Jr. out of Chino. 476 the dial. Mark Lalonde, Cottonwood, Arizona, the Yancer Dragster. 525 the number for Mark Lalonde. My pro competitors, the 7 of you, need you in lanes 2 and 4, please. 2 and 4. Test and tune cars, if you'd like it. 6 and 8, please. 6 and 8, test and tune. Tree, green. Slight advantage to Val Torres Jr. Win light, Val Torres Jr. on a double breakout. 474.8 on the 476. Val's under by 12 thou. Mark Lalonde under by 19 thou, going 523.1 on the 525. So Val Torres Jr. on the right side of a double breakout. As Shane Thompson, Team Silver State, was 001 in round number 3. Gets him the solo in round number 4. Thompson would have been 3 thou in front of green. He's 003 on the red side, but on a single, that's totally copacetic. 462.2 on the 464 there for Shane Thompson. To wrap up round number 4 in Super Pro of our Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race here on Thursday at the K&N Southwest Showdown. My test and tune cars, if you would like. 6 and 8, if you would, please. Pro Eliminator. Up in lane 2 and 4, please. Pro 2 and 4. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages on property, we've been banging on this all day. Please, please, please. Here on the Tucson Dragway property, you got to have a mask on. It's not like I'm okay to not wear it here, but I got to wear it. No, if you're on property, outside of your trailer, outside of your truck, outside of your coach, got to have a mask on. Please, please, please. We do not want to be the mask police all week. It's just the life that we're living right now. You got to wear a mask. Okay, you got to do it. It's the reason why we get to have this race, so please be part of the solution. Don't become part of the problem. Okay, got to wear a mask. So we are in our test and tune portion in between rounds. All of our competitors on property today that did purchase test and tune cards in between rounds of eliminations, open up the lanes for them if they'd like to make a pass or so, just so everybody who's watching the live feed on Bang Shift knows what's what. We have made calls for for Pro Eliminator round 5. 7 competitors left. We have 9 competitors left in Super Pro or Door Card Dragster. So Victor Blea there on a wild one. Word there from the racing surface is there is oil on the track. So that El Camino there in our test and tune run. A little wild and woolly. And the worst news there from the racing surface is, as that El Camino was sashaying around, did get over into both lanes. So there's times in racing where external components or internal components decide that they'd like to be external components. And fluids that are supposed to stay on the inside of the race car sometimes end up on the outside of the race car. Nobody wants it to happen. Nobody likes for it to happen. But we could be looking at an extended period of quiet time here on the racing surface. Yeah, everybody that's still in competition, this is going to be a few minutes, so you could definitely relax. You can definitely get out of the car. You definitely can stretch your legs. So you're going to have to work on both sides of the racetrack, it appears.
This is why you don't let people do test and tune during a race. I hate it. This happened so many times at the March meet when when they would allow the funny cars that had lost to come back in later rounds and be filler, and one of them kick the rods out of it or whatever. You guys didn't see what happened, but that green El Camino went down here and past the finish line, started spinning around in circles. I wasn't looking at it. I was working on the computer here. I just turned around to see all the smoke, and I could hear it. But it didn't crash into anything. It just spun around a bunch of times. And then the guy drove it off the racetrack waving that he was fine, when in fact he was spewing oil all over the place. So I don't know if he shifted it into reverse or something like that. Maybe it puked a bunch of fluid out of it that way. I don't know. But there is oil on the racetrack in both lanes, unfortunately. And so we'll see. It's already 9 o'clock. The bad thing is that it is now is the time that we were expecting to be done, honestly. And it's going to continue to get cooler and cooler and cooler here as we go. So we'll see. But try and see. I don't think we have a dew point issue, but I don't know that to be 100% honest. So we'll see. Yeah. So there you go, guys. We'll I'm gonna end up yeah. Do you want to see what it? Do you want to see it? It's not good. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Uno momento. I'm laughing because if I don't, then I'm gonna be crying. Yeah, sorry, gang. We've got 3 long days of drag racing to go tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. So I am going to take this opportunity. I'm actually going to sit in the car and turn the heater on because it is getting chilly. I would sit here and just yammer on with you guys all night, as you well know, but there's going to be plenty of that over the next 3 days. So right now I'm gonna take the opportunity to get some other stuff set up for tomorrow, and then we'll go from there. But sorry about this. Just is one of those things. Nothing we can do about it. But the track crew here, very capable, so they'll get this thing cleaned up, and as soon as it is, we'll go back racing, no question. So hang tight. Racing will resume here before too long.
All right, racers, listen up. It is now 20 after 9 on day 1 of the K&N Southwest Showdown. We are down to 7 cars in Pro and 9 total cars in Super Pro. We had one unfortunate happening just a while ago. I'm sure you realize that with as quiet as it got. So with the cleanup efforts that are being made and the time frame that will give us the confidence to provide the racetrack for you racers remaining the best opportunity possible to claim this stimulus race, I have chosen to move this to the tail end of tomorrow. So the schedule for tomorrow will be as listed on the flyer. We'll start at 8 o'clock with Pro Time Run for Lucas Oil Friday. We'll move into door car and dragster and immediately follow with eliminations. Once we complete tomorrow's race, we will then have those 16 cars back in the lanes, and we will finish the Silver State Commercial Refrigeration Stimulus Race. So again, we appreciate your patience this evening. We gave it as much time possible, but again, we want to make sure that we can give you the best opportunity possible at this opportunity. So if there's any questions, they can be brought up to me. Otherwise, we'll see everyone first thing in the morning, 8 o'clock. We'll start with Pro Time Run. 7:45 for those of you that already have a spot in the Kid Performance Saturday night 50K bonus shootout. You will be down at my trailer at 7:45 or any time thereafter to check in, pay that entry fee in cash, and get your run sticker for that event. So for those 16 racers, again,
All right, gang. They are calling it for tonight because of the cleanup and it's getting cold. So we are going to continue this tomorrow night. But tomorrow we are going to go live with racing, not time trials. So we will be live by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, probably be 9:45 or so. And, oh, excuse me, I have the hiccups. So we will, hiccups. So we will see you guys in the morning. Again, by 10 a.m. We will be live by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So, I have the hiccups. So, laughing is not going to help. So we will see you guys tomorrow morning. Big thanks to Holly and Holly EFI, as well as Silver State Commercial Refrigeration. Thank you so much to all of you guys for tuning in. We will see you guys tomorrow.